Councilmember Jane, can you say something so we can test the system once again?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Are we good? Okay, thank you.
Hi, Nora, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Councilmember. Can you hear me?
This one.
Hello, our remote friends.
Nora, are we, it's very loud.
Yes, we're ready,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the joint meeting of our Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, confirming quorum. Also, just note for the record that this evening, Councilmember Jane and Councilmember Park will be participating remotely.
Councilmember
Councilmember
Park.
Chaha.
here. Chaha.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. And it's early, too.
I know, I was looking at Councilmember Park, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you so much. We have 2 items on closed session, City Attorney, and I'm hoping you don't have to read all those assessor parcel numbers.
Madam Mayor, I'm debating that right now. No, we don't. We can summarize. The first item, 1A, conference with real property negotiators, easements for the city's proposed 115 kV transmission project. The properties and the owners are listed below in detail, along with who's representing the city as the city negotiators. Second item, 1B, is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. Number of cases is 1. It's a mediation matter for resolution with Oracle America, Inc.
All right, thank you. Do we have any members of the public, which I don't see anyone here in the council chambers? Do we have anyone online? Assistant City Clerk, we have no one online that would like to speak on the closed session item, so we are now going to adjourn to closed session, and we'll be back at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask that so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I do roll call, I'd like to make two announcements. One is that Councilmember Jane will be participating remotely this evening in accordance with the Brown Act pursuant to Government Code Section 54953B. Councilmember Jane is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Jane is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Jane, at this time, I ask you to confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location.
It is posted.
Thank you. And that this location is accessible to the public?
It is.
Thank you. Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
There is no one in this room with me.
Thank you. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be roll call vote for the evening. The other announcement, Councilmember Shahal will be participating remotely under the AB 2449 provision, Just Cause. He is providing care to a family member which prevents him from attending in person. Councilmember Shahal, please remember to participate through both audio and visual technology pursuant to AB 2449 provision. And before any action is taken, you must disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at your remote location and the nature of the relationship to you. With that, I will proceed with the roll call. Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez. Present. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present remotely.
Thank you. Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Present remotely.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please disclose and identify yourself as such and disclose those that are your clients and or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So thank you, Assistant City Clerk. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and it's conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. So we're moving on to reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney?
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, presenting, working on another item. The council did meet in closed sessions on both items 1A and 1B as listed on the agenda in elaborate detail. However, there was no reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much for that, City Attorney. We have started the meeting. It's a good start for tonight, okay. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. We do have one item. City Manager, are you paying attention? Okay. We have one item that you'd like us to continue. Would you like to describe that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you, council. The public hearing item is not being considered for action tonight and is recommended to be continued until May 13th, 2025, to allow time for the applicant to revise the lot frontage from the easement to the dedicated frontage. Staff recommends that the City Council open the public hearing and immediately continue the item. Should the City Council open the public hearing and then continue the item for this project to May 13th, 2025, additional noticing will not be required. Public noticing for the April 8th meeting was completed in accordance with city requirements. No public comment has been received to date. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone that would like to make a comment about this item? If not, I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any online? All right, may I have a motion to continue this public hearing until May 13th?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Park, to continue this item until May 13th, 2025. Hard to get that out.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Do we have any other continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations from anyone? Do we have anyone online? Assistant City Clerk? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move on to our special orders of business. So our first special order of business, the city wishes to commend and recognize Joseph Abusaman in honor of his 100th birthday. Could you please? I'm not going to have you talk yet. I want to say a little bit about you first, okay? And then I'm waiting for a story, okay? A 20-year retired Navy veteran of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, Joe's post-naval career was as a maintenance mechanic for Lockheed and Fairchild Semiconductor. He moved to Santa Clara in 1960, where he raised 3 children with his wife, Julie. Joe, was a regular fixture at the Santa Clara Senior Center woodshop, using the facilities to make toys for his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and neighborhood children. Known for always lending a helping hand to those in need, from household appliance repair, leaky faucets, wobbly chairs and bicycles, Joe has shown up and pitched in to enrich the lives of his fellow Santa Clarans for 100 years. This evening, we are honored to have Joseph Abusaman here with us. So Joe, I'd like to ask you if you'd like to say a few words to us and everyone online watching right now in Santa Clara.
Everybody asks me what my secret is. And if I had a secret, I would be a millionaire today. I would be at the Riviera with a nice-looking blonde, and that's it. When
Okay, nice start.
When my last aircraft carrier I served aboard was the USS Midway, which is stationed in San Diego now as a museum. In 1960, when my cruise was over, I had 2 years shore duty, and I had three places to take: Alameda, Fallon, Nevada, and Santa Clara. I decided Santa Clara because it was a sleepy little town, and it wasn't like all the others. A lot of people don't realize that this was a very prosperous little town in agriculture. One was the prunes, we were noted throughout the world. And then we had the pears, and we had all the other types of vegetables and so forth, and plants. So I moved here in 1960, and I raised my family. They all got married. They all left me, but they're still here with me. They take over me, watch me like a bird dog. And I have nothing else to say except I had a good life, and I appreciate you honoring me today on my birthday. And that's not much more I could say. I have hundreds of stories, but we'll be here for 100 years yet to talk about it. So anyway, I appreciate the coming here today on my birthday. And actually, I don't feel like 100 years old. My daughter says, "Dad, you have to have a birthday." And I said, "No, I'm going to try to go down to McDonald's, have a hamburger and a nice cup of coffee and French fries with it." And she said, "No, have a birthday." Well, I ended up with a birthday with about 85 people showing up. And it was quite a birthday. The mayor could tell you she was there. And that I really appreciate her showing up. All I can say is thank you, city. And I think this is still a nice city. I still appreciate what you people are doing. And it seems like we're still prosperous with electronic people now coming in. And all I can say is good night and thank you for welcoming me here.
Thank you, but don't go anywhere. I'd like to invite our Assistant Chief Wahid Kazem forward to make a presentation to you, Joe, if you just hang on there for a bit.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Boozman.
You.
So,
Can you speak in the microphone? Do you
Yeah.
mind? Maybe flip around or trade places.
let's trade.
There you go.
All right, well, I had a chance to talk to Mr. Boozman before council started, and he told me that his granddaughter was an NYPD officer. And back on the East Coast, they have these certain identification cards that NYPD officers hand to their relatives, and it's basically a helpful situation when a police officer contacts you. So I was really relieved to hear as to why I was here tonight. I'm filling in on behalf of our elected police chief, Corey Morgan, who's down with the flu, but he sent me to present you with one of his personal challenge coins, which is almost identical to the card that you have from NYPD. So I'll just let you figure out what you're gonna do with this when you run into a Santa Clara officer. That's for you from Chief Morgan.
This gets me out of jail, huh?
It'll help you out. It'll help you out. A coin, a law enforcement coin is from the military. It's a tradition that law enforcement has taken on. It signifies membership, belonging, camaraderie, and achievement, and all those things that we've accomplished in Mr. Boozman's life tonight. So again, on behalf of Corey Morgan, our police chief, that is for you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Very nice.
And Joe, he really wanted to be here, our chief, tonight, but he's down with the flu, so.
Yeah, I
he sends
asked
his
him where he
best.
flew to, but
He didn't want to give it to you, so that's why he didn't come. He didn't come. And first of all, would you like to introduce your daughters that are here?
oh, my daughter Susan, my daughter Anna, and my family back here.
Very nice. So,
It was a surprise to see my family showed up because they were at my birthday party. And I just told them again, I says, I'm not here for another birthday.
well, the birthday just keeps going on in Santa Clara
It
when you're
seems like it.
100. I did attend your birthday party.
I know
It was
you did.
Amazing number of people there. You're very well loved in our
And
community.
in fact, I still have your pin you pinned on me.
Oh, you do? Oh, I
Yes.
told you never to take it off, so I'm glad you listened. We're so honored to have you here, but what struck me was not only your stories at your birthday party, which were amazing and funny, but the only thing you wanted was a McDonald's Happy Meal, and I thought that was just hilarious.
I did get one.
I saw that. I thought it might have gotten cold by the end of the night, but you did. So, Joe, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind meeting us up here. We have some gifts for you as well, and maybe we can invite your family as well to come up. We'd like to take a picture with you. Ready for another one of these? Oh, yeah. Paper your wall with them. We have something for you. There's only one candle, not 100. Let's start the place on fire, Joe. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Oh, yes, let's sing. Ready?
I'll see you guys in 100 years.
I told Joe when I gave him the city pin that it allowed him to sit in the front row at a council meeting. And look, here he is in the front row. Stay as long as you like, Joe. Okay, that was fun. All right. For our next special order of business, the city, oh, yes.
I have another commitment tonight. If you don't mind, I'd like to leave now.
Okay, that's okay.
He's not just old, he's smart.
He was worried he had to stay online. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. For our next special order of business, the City of Santa Clara is honored to proclaim April 2025 as Autism Acceptance Month. An estimated 5.4 million adults and 1 in 36 children in the United States have been diagnosed with autism. As a community, we must strive to have a better understanding of everyone's uniqueness, emphasize inclusion, and support acceptance of our autistic community. The 2025 theme is Celebrate Differences, a reminder to honor the unique perspectives of autistic people and support children with autism, their families, and caretakers so that they can reach their full potential. We are honored to have the San Andreas Regional Center here with us this evening. I invite the Regional Center's Government Affairs and Community Relations Manager, Francisco Valenzuela, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Gilmore, I gotta follow Joseph. This is not easy.
I know.
I should just take the picture and leave. I'm going to get me a Happy Meal after this.
Yeah, I know. Bring us some too.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite. Thank you for the recognition. As you all know, April is Autism Awareness Month. Thank you for the city of Santa Clara for taking on the initiative to proclaim this. As you know, there's a lot of individuals throughout the state of California, throughout the United States and throughout the world who are diagnosed with autism. I just want to run a couple of numbers here. San Andreas Regional Center, we serve individuals with developmental disabilities. In California, we have the Latterman Act, which is the only entitlement law in the United States that entitles individuals with developmental disabilities to receive services. For us, individuals are diagnosed from birth and they are receiving services till death. Sadly, in other parts of the country, they're age out at 22 or there's become a waiting list 15, 20, 30 years. I mean, that's the reality. So we're very fortunate. We're constantly advocating for this act. And just a couple of numbers. In California, we're serving, this regional center system is serving well over 450,000 individuals with a developmental disability. People diagnosed with autism is 178,000 individuals are diagnosed in California alone with autism. Our regional center is serving over 7,900 individuals diagnosed with autism. This is my 25th year with San Andreas. When I started, our population was at 7,000. We're now at 19,000 individuals served. And the reality is, and while we recognize the awareness, we also have to recognize that individuals diagnosed with developmental disabilities need services. We're constantly educating our public, our education professionals, our elected officials about why we need to continue to provide services for our community, especially those within cities, whether it's residential housing, education, programs. There are some of the programs that we serve are in this county and in this city, and so we thank the neighbors and the community that provide oversight for those individuals. On July 26th, and even though it's in San Jose, we are hosting our 9th annual Superhero Summer Festival, and this is really to the county of Santa Clara. We serve 4 counties, Santa Clara, San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz. So anybody within the county of Santa Clara is invited to our Superhero Summer Festival. Some of you may be receiving my email. You're more than welcome. I know this is the city of Santa Clara, but you're welcome to attend any events that we host. I also help promote other events, and it's more about the awareness, as you mentioned, Mayor. It's about awareness, about getting people involved, and letting them know the issues of families that have a loved one with a developmental disability. One of the things that I hear constantly, and I meet with elected officials, state officials, reps, Senate Assembly members, and one of the things that parents say the most is, who's going to take care of my child when I'm gone? You know, who's going to care for my child? And some of the individuals that are on the spectrum are nonverbal, which means they have no voice, even though they have a voice. And so our services and the work that we do are continuing to promote awareness, but also inclusion, because that's really what it's about. With me today, I want to acknowledge real quick Pam Kerman, who is our board member and a parent of a young man on the spectrum. Nolan is actually employed by San Andreas, so he's doing great. Early Start Manager, Isela Solorzano, who sees them as kiddos when they come in. And so we're very fortunate that we're providing a service to a population that needs it, but at the same time, we need to continue to partner with organizations, especially municipalities, that help provide the services or the resources, affordable housing, community-based organizations, Parks and Rec. We actually have funding for your Parks and Rec services if an individual's receiving services from San Andreas. So anything that we could do is partner to make the city better and to help the residents, the better. If you're ever looking to host an event, we'd be more than willing to partner with you. Just got to give me a call or show up to our events. I know, Mayor, you're going to be at our legislative luncheon coming up. We actually sold out. This is the first time we sold out we always sell out, but 4 weeks prior, which goes to saying we really need the support of our elected officials. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me here, and these wonderful people for showing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Thank you for everything all of you do, because it takes a village to help all of your clients and everyone in our community. It's touching a lot of families.
Yeah.
And the need is really, really out there.
It is, and the one, you mentioned 1 in 36. When I started, it was 1 in 62.
Yeah.
And so the reality is the population of individuals diagnosed with autism is going up.
Yeah, as they're diagnosed, and that's the
They're
key.
diagnosed, yes.
There's better diagnosis now than there was
Exactly,
in the past.
exactly. So any support the city
yeah.
could provide to these individuals and your residents would be appreciated. But thank you for the acknowledgement.
Well, thank you for agreeing to accept our proclamation and telling us about your organization. I'd like to invite you and your colleagues to come up here to take a picture with the council
course, thank
while
you.
we present you this proclamation.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Francisco. Hope that's not me checking all my 12 phones. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. All right, moving along. For our next item, the city will proclaim April 2025 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. The Bay Area has one of the largest Muslim populations in the United States, with nearly 250,000 Muslims and diverse mosques, religious centers, and community institutions. This year, we are proclaiming April to honor the contributions, service, and resilience of Muslim communities across the United States and in Santa Clara. And more importantly, to stand in solidarity against acts of discrimination and Islamophobia towards our Muslim communities. This evening, we are honored to have local leaders of the Muslim community here with us. I invite Marwan Nagar from the Muslim Community Association, we all know as the MCA, and Michelle Lee from the Council on American Islamic Relations, California, we know as CARE, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. I'd like to mention that we also have the president of the MCA, Brother Musbah Al-Karim, and our former president, Brother Samir Darwish, and our current vice president, Brother Sufyan. So we have a few of our team members.
You have a full group of leaders. Thank you for joining us. We'll get them up here for the photos as well.
Of course, thank you. I'll try to be brief. First of all, good evening. Thank you very much for having us. I'd like to start with the greeting of Islam, peace be upon you. I'd like to first to say I'm honored to be here. Thank you sincerely for recognizing American Muslims and acknowledging April to be the Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. While we deeply appreciate this acknowledgement, I'd like to use this opportunity to also shed some light on some pressing issues that we would like to raise awareness about, since this is about awareness as well. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of Islamophobia, and especially 2024 has been the highest records, the highest number on record for CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations reports of Islamophobia incidents. We hope that 2025 and the following years are better. We see a lot of censorship and problems coming from the current political space, and we hope that our local officials are able to speak up and support. We have a lot of censorship for students in universities and schools. This is some of what the Muslims locally are facing. I'd like to mention a little bit about MCA. MCA is serving more than 3,000 families in Santa Clara and surrounding cities. We've been able to partner with the city of Santa Clara on voting registrations, on food drives, and on COVID testing center and vaccine centers. We've been mobilizing people to register to vote, and we're going to continue doing that. We're also building our new building that's expected by next year. We're expecting to have a free clinic for the community as part of it. This is part of the teachings of Islam, and this is how our Prophet, peace be upon him, used to say that the best of you is the best or the most useful to others, and this is how we try to conduct ourselves. So thank you very much and really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and esteemed council members. On behalf of the Council of American Islamic Relations, CARE, San Francisco Bay Area chapter, I'm deeply honored that for this recognition of the Proclamation of American Muslim Appreciation Awareness Month. And so we accept this on behalf of the broader American Muslim community. CARE has its home here in Santa Clara, though we serve the entire Bay Area on Scott Boulevard. I myself am a Santa Clara resident and proud of all the initiatives of diversity, equity, and inclusion from the city of Santa Clara and the support. So this proclamation truly uplifts the rich contributions of American Muslims and the contributions that we have made to Santa Clara, and reflects all of Santa Clara's diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and we're grateful for that. CARE SFBA, we are proud to be serving this community by protecting civil rights, empowering American Muslims, and building coalitions that promote justice and mutual understanding. And we're, again, just thankful to have partners and local leaders such as yourself that believe in this initiative. So thank you very much for declaring this month, April. We could not be more honored. Thank you.
And thank you for agreeing to accept this proclamation, and we're proud to have both the MCA and CARE in Santa Clara. And thank you for all your contributions, especially, I just have to say, during the pandemic, you were just such a great resource to our community, and that's what you look in times of real need. you all stepped up and really helped us. So thank you for that among all the other things that you do. So could you all please join us up here for a photo? We would be honored. Thank you. Okay, and for our final special order of business this evening, the City Council proclaims April 6th through April 12th as National Library Week. Libraries provide the opportunity for everyone of all ages to engage in lifelong learning. Our libraries play a critical role by providing our community internet and technology access, early literacy programs, ESL programs, connection to services, resources, and books. I hear from so many of our community members how much they love our libraries. It's a testament to the amazing staff at the Central Park Library, our Northside branch, and our Mission branch, and of course, our famous library bookmobile and that driver, what's his name, Cody, with his karaoke. Oh my God, he's so funny. That are such a critical part of our city services. So thank you for everything that you do. I now would like to invite our city librarian, Patty Wong, and Chair of the Board of Library Trustees, Jonathan Evans, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members, City Manager Grogan and City Attorney Googans. As your city librarian, I am always delighted to greet you and share the invaluable services and support we provide our wonderful Santa Clara residents and the broader community. I'm joined by Chair Jonathan Evans from our Board of Library Trustees. I think we have 4 members of the board here, in addition to representatives from the Santa Clara City Library Foundation, friends, and members of our staff as well. And I've just got a few words. The library is a representation of the city's investment in the education and learning and the belief that everyone has a right to read. Today is a hallmark where we celebrate that investment in our community through a week highlighting libraries as centers of lifelong learning, intellectual freedom, technology access, and connection to services to benefit all at no cost. National Library Week is a joyous time for us. This week, we'll be encouraging our patrons to share their comments on what the library means to them. These love letters will be posted in various parts of our building, and so please let us know what we're doing well and where we can improve. In 2024, we provided service to more than 600,000 people. through our Central Park Library, our Northside Branch Library, Mission Branch Library, Bookmobile, and our adult and family literacy and English language learner programs. We hope to exceed this number for this next year, focusing on reaching more of our diverse community members, and we invite everyone, please, get a Santa Clara City Library card. We are embarking on stronger partnerships in this next fiscal year, working with all of our fellow city departments, but especially Parks and Recreation. There's such a strong partnership there. We hope to share a strategic plan and facilities master plan with you by Q3 that details our goals for improving and expanding services, such as our ability to offer Sunday hours beginning this past January at Central Park, and the restoration of our library cafe, which we hope to do in the near future. We also want to share our deepest appreciation for the interaction with various boards and commissions during our facilities master plan work to discuss the future of Santa Clara Library Services and how we can reach more people as our population grows. We look forward to a strong collaborative 2026 and integrating many of our programs to focus on the sports events ahead. We hope to feature, of course, our well-known Comic-Con, but I also wanted to highlight a few new programs that we initiate in 2025. Bricks by the Books, featuring Lego building, our annual K-pop Santa Clara Festival, and our expansion of a Library of Things collection. October is also the month where we mark the 70th anniversary of Mission Branch Library. So we hope that you'll join us for festivities then. This time also marks a moment in our history when we are reminded about the value of libraries for all people across the country. I wanted to take the time to thank you, our council, for your commitment to invest and reinvest in our library services. We need your support more than ever, given the circumstances of library funding at the state and national level. And before I turn it over to Chair Evans, I did want to invite you all to our very small but exciting event. Thanks to our youth services team, we are hosting Cirque du Soleil, who will be providing a short preview of their new show, Echo, coming to San Jose. This particular performance will be held on April 17th at 10:30 a.m. at the Central Park Library. And now I turn it over to Chair Evans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and City Council. And thank you for having us here today to proclaim National Library Week. Libraries provide an important central role as a gathering place at the center of our community. The Santa Clara City Library provides many services to Santa Clarans, including works of fiction and nonfiction, video games, California State Parks passes, reference materials, tools, a seat share program, as well as many other programs for adults and children. Some of our most popular programs include Story Time, which helps children develop crucial literacy skills, and our English as a second language, as well as the Read Santa Clara programs, which help adults achieve their literacy goals. Libraries act as centers of lifelong learning and offer freedom of thought and expression to all patrons. Even as we are celebrating this week, the place that libraries serve in our community, I'm not sure if you're all aware of some of the headwinds facing today's libraries and today's environment. Just last week, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, or the IMLS, was defunded and staff put on leave by the current presidential administration. While the IMLS is a small part of our overall federal budget, it is the only source of federal funding for our library services. While our city library doesn't directly receive grants from the IMLS, we do get services indirectly via the California State Library. These cuts to funding mean that our library and many California libraries, including our school libraries, will be losing access to many educational electronic resources, such as eBooks for California, our New York Times digital access, the State Library Compass resources, which include various databases and Encyclopedia Britannica, among other things. We also receive grant funding for Read Santa Clara, our adult literacy program, out of the funds distributed by the federal government. With this loss of funding, the library is going to be faced with some very hard choices on which of these resources and programs we should continue to provide, as we're already stretching our post-COVID collection budget to its limits, especially as some of these electronic resources are very expensive, in the many thousands of dollars when you purchase them on an individual library basis. So I encourage folks to reach out to their representatives about this issue, and also I would like to encourage the City Council to consider putting out a statement in support of funding for libraries. Even in light of the funding challenges of the Santa Clara City Library, we will do what it can, and we will still be there for the community in these times of need. But on a more fun note, I do want to encourage folks, once again, to come out to that Cirque du Soleil event on April 17th. It's pretty special, and I don't think you get to see that very often, as mentioned by City Librarian Wong. Or come out to one of the many local branch libraries for our program. I go to the weekly crafting club at Mission Library on the third Thursday of every month, so I'm going to plug that. Come on out and get some help with your knitting or other other crafting. Anyway, thanks again for Mayor Gilmore and Council for honoring National Library Week. Your support for the library means a lot to everybody in Santa Clara, everybody in Santa Clara. Thanks.
Jonathan, would you like to introduce your fellow commissioners that are
Yes.
here as well?
Trustee Charfaros, sorry. Steve Ricosa, Vice Chair. Daniel Nguyen.
Thank you for that. And I wanted to say I attended the Library Palooza on Saturday, which is put on by the Library Foundation, which raises money to support the library and books and other things in the library. And the guest speaker was Preston Metcalf from the Triton Museum, and he talked about the need and federal funding being cut and the need for all of us to support libraries. I have to say, at the bidding process, the bids, they had baskets and other things for bidding, and by far, the most popular bid went out for lunch with the librarian, city librarian. And she raised the most money just for her spectacular, presence and accompaniment to lunch. And as much as we'd like to bid out our city librarian over and over, if we could, there's going to be a need for all of us as a community to support our libraries. So I think that now more than ever, as you said, Jonathan, and we'll ask the council that maybe we can co-author something to support the libraries. We'll work with our staff to do that. But in the meantime, we'd love to present you with this proclamation for Library Week. So if the commissioners, our city librarian, would like to join the council up front, we can take a photo and present you with this. All right, thanks everyone for going on the journey with us, for all those special orders of business. It's an important month this month. I'm going to move on now to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless items pulled for discussion. I want to say for the record, I am abstaining on item 4I, which is action on a resolution of attention for parking maintenance district number 122, Franklin Square. My office is in Franklin Square. And I want to pull item 4L. And that item is, I have some questions on that. And that item is action on authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute the transmission owner rate case program agreement with the Northern California Power Agency to provide support services in transmission owner rate cases on behalf of Silicon Valley Power. Sorry, it's a long title. Okay, anyone else? Vice Mayor Cox?
Yeah, I'll need to recuse myself from 4K. Even though there's not financial implications, the formation of a committee may at time participate in decision-making, which could create the appearance of impropriety. So for that, I will recuse myself from the NERCA item. It is action to restructure the Neighborhood University Relations Committee from a committee comprised of 3 city council members to 7 members, to be comprised of 2 city council members, 2 members of the Santa Clara University staff, 1 Santa Clara University student, 1 neighborhood resident, and 1 property owner representative. Thank you.
Do you have those, her two, my one, and the one I pulled? All right, is there anyone from the audience or the public that wants to pull anything?
Move to approve with the changes. I don't know if there
Yeah, move to approve, noting the abstentions.
Second.
Recusals. Motion and a second.
And this will include the stadium consent as well. Councilmember Board
Yes.
Member Gonzalez.
yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, noting the recusals, abstentions. Okay, thank you. Next, we have public presentations, and those are for items that are not on the agenda. City Clerk, or is anyone here in the audience would like to give a public presentation? City Clerk, do you have any cards?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I've actually entered them. ACOS is our first one up.
Welcome.
Thank you, Akush Suboslai. Thank you for referring the repeal of the pedestrian prohibition to staff 2 weeks ago. The meeting minutes were updated today to show this referral. I had a slideshow. In 1987, I asked City Council to repeal the prohibition to stop police harassment of bicyclists using bike lanes. Since then, city staff has falsely claimed expressways are high speed and unsafe for bicyclists and pedestrians. Staff lost the vote in 1991 and council allowed bicyclists. Staff continued fighting against pedestrians. Vision Zero San Jose shows 0 crashes, 5-year data on bike lanes, sidewalks, and paths, on 45, 50 mile per hour expressways, and on 45, 50, 55 mile per hour arterials, totaling 32 miles in San Jose. Next slide. The left photos show pedestrians walking on dirt paths on Capitol Expressway in San Jose. I forced removal of all pedestrian prohibited signs on Capitol using state law as I did on Lawrence. The right 2 photos are in Santa Clara on San Tomas. Shrubs left were trimmed, but grew back due to people being afraid to walk past the signs. The next slide. This is the 1991 BOS order and funding for pathway facilities along the expressway system. County Roads refuses to comply because that would, quote, encourage pedestrians to violate the city ordinance, unquote. Next slide. The 2003 County Expressway Plan states, shoulder or path facilities can serve for occasional pedestrian use. The 2008 plan includes sidewalk maps for all expressways. Next slide. False safety claims to City Council and the stonewalling since 2009 show that staff is determined to prohibit pedestrians. Why? 1, County Roads uses the prohibition as de facto authorization to destroy sidewalks for more traffic lanes without giving notice. 3 examples from Santa Clara are sidewalk destroyed on Montague Bridge used by light rail patrons. Underpass right destroyed under Central Expressway used by Lawrence Caltrain patrons. 4 miles of bicycle pedestrian facilities destroyed on Lawrence. 2, County Roads uses Resolution 5603 to refuse to comply with BOS path creation order. Please repeal at the next meeting. 3 weeks is plenty of time for a staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. So, City Manager, do we need to take any action here? No? You're working on this? Yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next.
Brian Darby.
Thank you. That gentleman, 3 wars. What do you do? I used to work at Ag News for 14 years. By the time I got out there, it was 85. But what happened to people with disabilities, the T4 program in Germany, the forced sterilization here in the state of California, which was mirrored by Germany, it happened. 250,000, I believe it was much higher than that, between 500 and 700,000 people with disabilities were murdered. And a lot of it was done in quiet. Tyranny fears books. Tyranny fears communities of different people of different religious faiths or no religious faith. I often wish that the government would get out of the way and let the people make peace on this planet. In a nuclear age, we cannot afford to not understand that this is it could be the end of our species. It is not a foregone conclusion that we would have won World War II. It was by the sacrifice of many people like this gentleman. 100 years isn't enough to be given to him. We have to remember this. I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have anyone else? City Clerk? Anyone online? Anyone here in the chambers on an item that's not on the agenda? Okay. All right, seeing none. We're going to move now down to consent items, right? Consent items pulled for discussion. And I pulled item 4L, which was action on authorizing the city manager to negotiate the transmission owner rate case program agreement with the Northern California Power Agency. Manuel, do you mind coming forward? I'm just curious, it just seemed a little strange to me that our city manager was going to negotiate with the Northern California Power Agency. Aren't we part of the Northern California Power Agency? So I was just a little confused on that.
Yeah, so, excuse me, so to enter into the formal agreement, to negotiate that agreement, he would be required to negotiate and enter into the, we are part of it, but this is a negotiation for the transmission access charges, so it'd be a new element that they'll be doing on our behalf.
Okay, that seems pretty reasonable. So is there anyone else that would like to speak? If you wouldn't mind staying there, Manuel. Does anyone else have any questions on this? Okay, seeing none. I just have a couple things to say. So this evening, the city wishes to commend and recognize Manuel Pineda's contribution to the city of Santa Clara upon his departure. Manuel Pineda initially joined the city of Santa Clara as an assistant city manager, providing leadership and oversight of the community development, parks and recreation, public works, and water and sewer departments. He also supported the city's sustainability efforts, real estate program, capital budget, and several special projects, including settlement negotiations with downtown development. I can't think of a department you didn't work in. Since 2019, Manuel has led Silicon Valley Power, serving as our chief electric utility officer. He has been instrumental in the city's commitment to purchase 100% renewable energy, doubling the utility's size and reinforcing its commitment to innovation and sustainability. In addition, he has led a dedicated team of over 200 staff who ensure the delivery of reliable power and essential services to the residents of Santa Clara. We are honored to have Manuel Pineda here with us one last time before he departs the city of Santa Clara. I'd like to know, Manuel, if you'd like to say a few words besides answering my silly question on this item.
It was an unexpected item, but well, thank you, Mayor and Council. Obviously, I was not expecting anything tonight, so I really appreciate it. And I guess, as always, I probably do have something to say. And just probably speak from the heart a little bit. And one is I want to thank everybody for the 7.5 wonderful years I had here in the city and everything the city's done for me, first of all. And obviously, I do want to thank the city council, both in person and on screen. Got to work a lot closer with some of you, with a lot of you on different many things. But what I'm thankful for the most is just the utmost support and the professional respect and just the ability to give us the policy direction to really put us in a great place with Silicon Valley Power. And I'm really appreciative of that. I know that we had some easy times, some hard times, some exciting projects. We had a little bit of everything. Obviously, I want to thank my SVP team, and I have said thanks many times to them. I don't think they're here today, but I have to say it publicly as well that what I'm most thankful from them is everything they taught me over the last few years. It's been an incredible learning experience, and I always let them know that I hope also brought value to them and was able to teach them a little bit as well. But it was a wonderful team effort, and I always tell them there's always more to do, but you should focus really on everything that you accomplished and everything that you'll continue to accomplish. And I do think the kind of just getting to the point where we're about to award those contracts that are going to double the size of the utilities is incredible work, amongst other things. I'm glad I was able to do that biannual report for you on January. I think it was a good opportunity to kind of do quite a few things. And I know I spoke a lot already, but you know, I am emotional about leaving. And I do also want to thank just a few people, and I know I'm gonna forget names, and that's okay. I know people will forgive me because I can't possibly remember everybody's name. But just with some people in the room, I do want to thank Nora, who, you know, I was with her at every council meeting for many, many years. And we had some really good conversations and went through some incredible items and some late nights. So I want to thank her for that because it made the late nights shorter. And I really appreciate everything she did and everything she taught me from that chair. You know, you mentioned the assistant city manager role, and I have to thank Rena, who I think I saw back there. There's Rena, yes. Yeah. Rena Brio, Michael Liu, and Leslie Xavier for everything that we were able to accomplish from a land use perspective and the specific plans and all the development cabinet meetings and all the difficult issues that we were able to work through. There's a couple of directors that I really have helped me along the way and guided me, and I want to do a special thanks to Ken and Araceli for their expertise. And let me tell you, you won't find anyone better for those two roles, and they've been able to guide me on some very difficult items. And the best part is, you know, we were able to laugh and smile along the way. And I know I spoke a lot, but lastly, I do want to give a special thanks to two people who really, they've been my professional sounding boards and given me guidance when I needed on certain things, where I needed both kind of personal and professional direction. And I really do want to thank Craig Mobick, your Director of Public Works, who always had an open door for me when I had questions, and he's such an expert on so many things. And of course, Nadine Nader, who has been a guiding light in many difficult decisions and things that have occurred along the way in the city, and just helped me along, because you know, you can't be in this role and work on so many things. Having a great group of people you can work with and teach you. So I know that I spoke a lot, but once again, Council, thank you. Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for providing kind of what we needed to be successful. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful seven years. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you. We really want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. You've really left a lasting impact on our Santa Clara community. We're not going to talk about that other city that you're going to, because we don't care for them that much, but we really appreciate everything that you've done. And if we could, we have something for you, Amy, and according to your cake, You've been here 8 years, we rounded up.
You rounded up.
But we have a proclamation for you, because I know you want this.
Yes, I do.
And a cake and some presents on behalf of the city council. So if you join us up here.
Unfortunately, I can't hold it because of my arm.
That's okay.
yeah.
Someone will hold it for you.
Seven
Please
and a half.
join us up here. Councilmember Jane, I think you have your hand up. You're on mute. You're muted.
Since this is about the transmission owner rate cases, I thought I'd speak a little bit about it and maybe go a little beyond the rate case, as the mayor did.
Oh, wait, one second.
SVP.
Can you hold on a second? We just want to finish this. You have your hand up on the item, the consent item.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
saying that SVP and NCPA have been very successful in litigating these rate cases and getting benefits to their ratepayers. And then that's all I have to say. I'm happy to move approval of this, but I did want to say some words about Manuel.
That's what I was expecting you to do, and not approve the consent item that I pulled just because I wanted Manuel at the microphone. Do you have something to say?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I'm the person who represents Santa Clara and SVP at NCP on the commission and the executive board. I have probably talked to Manuel more than the other directors because of my representation on NCPA and SVP. Manuel has done a remarkable job expanding SVP and being able to support all of the data centers and load growth in his almost 8 years here. He really supported my changes to the climate action plan to move the city to decarbonize and to do the REACH codes. He's been incredibly valuable to the city of Santa Clara, and it will definitely be a big loss to the city.
Thank you for
So
that.
Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you. And we do, I can't forget that we do have to approve that item. So we have a motion and a second on that item. Do we have any others? No? Okay. When you're ready.
Okay, so could you tell me who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Okay.
I don't know who seconded it.
Somebody seconded it.
Second.
Second. I heard something from someone. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Does that mean Manuel can go now, or do you have to wait till the end of the agenda? We're looking at your cake. No, I'm kidding. All right. Thank you. All right. All right, next we're going to have a public hearing. So I'm going to declare a public hearing open. Opportunity for public comment on the first version of the draft 2025 to 2030 Consolidated Plan and Fiscal Year 25-26 Annual Action Plan for the use of federal housing and urban development HUD grant funds. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Javon Grogan, City Manager. The city receives entitlement dollars each year from the federal government through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for community development programs and projects. Additionally, every 5 years, the city is required to write a 5-year consolidated plan using data and community input to set goals and spending priorities for these funds over the next 5 years. The consolidated plan also includes an annual action plan detailing spending for the first year of the cycle. Over the last several months, you may be aware that Root Policy, our consultant, was hired by to conduct research and analysis countywide and has developed draft plans for each city within the county that receives federal funds. Tonight is the first of 2 required public hearings to gather public and city council input. Staff will take this input, edit the plan, and return to you on May 13th for the second and final public hearing. Adam Marcus, the division manager for the city's Housing and Community Services Division, is here to give a presentation to you tonight. Adam is joined by Kathy Bunce, our grants management analyst, and Heidi Agiller, our consultant with Root Policy, who is also attending via Zoom. Adam, thank you.
Welcome, Adam.
Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Adam Marcus, Division Manager for the Housing and Community Services Division. We're going to go through a few slides, but really the point of tonight is to hear from you and to hear from the public. This is the first of 2 public hearings. I'll go ahead and jump right in. As many of you know, the City of Santa Clara receives approximately $1.7 million in annual entitlements from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and that's primarily to benefit low-income households. These 2 programs, the Community Development Block Grant, which is CDBG for short, funds affordable housing and public facility improvements and public services. The other program, the Home Program, can be used for rental assistance to prevent homelessness, as well as for housing production. Every 5 years, the city must develop a consolidated plan, which is our large-scale look at what the community's needs are and sets broad goals for the next 5 years. Every year, the city must develop an annual action plan, and that details how the city will spend each year's funds in accordance with the 5-year goals. This year, Santa Clara County has selected Root Policy as our consultant, and Root Policy is here on the line in case we have questions. They helped out with our outreach starting middle of last year, analysis, and have prepared the draft plans that we have here tonight. Tonight is the first of 2 hearings, and the second hearing is scheduled for May 13th. We'll jump in very quickly to what is a 5-year consolidated plan and what have we done so far. So in terms of the community engagement, we did a lot of different things because it's important to get that information different ways. Everyone has different ways of connecting with us on it. There was a website that was created specifically for this project. There was a community survey that opened in October and ran through December. There were 2 virtual community workshops with interpretation services included and available. There are 3 focus groups with stakeholders from housing, supportive services, and community development groups. There were one-on-one interviews with our continuum of care here in Santa Clara County, which is focused on homelessness. Staff attended and ran an exercise, a dot exercise at our Art and Wine Festival this summer. And public hearings, of course, tonight and on the 13th. Generally, the draft goals that we are proposing are very much like the ones we've been using for the last 5 years. It's important to have flexibility because we don't know exactly what we're going to need to do in the next few years. So you'll notice these goals are fairly broad, but they're fairly inclusive as well. We have goals, a goal for affordable housing, development, rehabilitation of existing housing stock, rental assistance, progress on homelessness in terms of housing, case management and connection to services, public services, which are the nonprofits that provide the very important services that we have here in Santa Clara County and here in the city of Santa Clara. Fair housing, promoting fair housing choice through education, testing, and mediation between landlord and tenant. We also look at public facilities improvements, improving sidewalks, traffic calming, and other such improvements. And lastly, administration and planning, which is a required part of running these programs. So now we'll shift to the other plan, which is the annual action plan. And you may ask, why are we bringing these things together tonight? Well, that's how HUD wants it to be. Whenever we do these 5-year plans, we have to bring the first annual action plan along with it. So with that, let's talk very briefly about what are the resources that we have looking ahead to this coming fiscal year. So you'll notice at the top of each of these boxes, the dark orange, that's the total. That's the total we have for each of these programs. And then broken out below that are the different types of funding that each one has. I won't go into each number, but generally the allocation means that's the amount that we predict the federal government will put into its budget and run its formula, and that's the amount that they will entitle to the city this coming year. We don't know exactly yet what that amount is. This is an estimate, and it's a conservative estimate. Program income is funds that come back to the city. So for example, when we do a loan for a single family rehab, when that loan gets paid back, that's program income, and we get to then use it again. And lastly, prior years funding. If there is funding that isn't used from prior years, we can then program it going forward. So these are the 3 types of funding that we are able to aggregate together under each of these categories: the home program, the CDBG program, and then the last one is local funds. So we are leveraging, and we are expected to leverage federal funds with local funds. And we have been doing so for a long time. So now that we know how many resources we have to work with, we do have to go through a formal process to figure out who's eligible to apply for those funds. And so we are required to do a notice of funding availability, or for short, a NOFA. And that is intended to provide an open and fair process for people to compete for these funds, or I should say agencies to compete for these funds. This process began in January. It ran through March with applications due, and in April, we're here tonight to make recommendations on which agencies to fund. Bear with me, we have 3 slides with charts. I'll try to get through them without too much detail here. The first chart is really focusing on public services. And these are the services that we're looking to fund using the Community Development Block Grant Program. These may look familiar to you because these are the same agencies that we've been funding for the last few years. They do great work. They make impact here in Santa Clara. And in this particular NOFA, the same agencies applied. We didn't have any new agencies apply for this current NOFA. So you will notice that our staff recommendation is to continue funding these agencies at $30,000 each for a total of $180,000. Now, moving on to another pot of money, which is local funding. So how do we hope to use local funds to fund additional public services? And so these are additional agencies that applied to the NOFA that are, again, providing additional services. But because the funding we get from the federal government isn't enough to fund the great work that we know Santa Clara needs, we do need to leverage that with local funds. So that's what this chart is showing. And this is largely carrying forward the amounts and the agencies that we currently support. And lastly, we have a chart that looks at capital improvements, so building things. And again, this chart includes a combination of things. Rebuilding Together, it's a grant program that does minor repairs. So they might put in grab bars, ramps for access, things like that. We've been working with them for quite a while. The NCIP, or Neighborhood Conservation Program, is a city-run program. It's a loan program to rehabilitate single-family homes for low-income homeowners. Project Sentinel provides required fair housing services, and Abode also provides tenant-based rental assistance, both deposit and rental assistance. And the total there is just over $1 million. It's important to keep in mind that the federal government only allows us to spend so much on public services. There's actually a formula. So while every year we get the same question, why can't we spend more on public services? The answer is because there's only so much you're allowed to spend on public services with CDBG dollars. The rest has to go towards capital projects. Since we don't know exactly what we're going to be getting, and since the federal budget hasn't yet been set, it is helpful for us to think about contingency language. And so what we have here for this community development block grant is what happens if we get less or if we get more than we think we're getting. And so you can see here that if we get more than expected, we would add funding to our NCIP program. If we get less, we would also make adjustments to fund as much as we can. We would maximize our public service expenditures as best we can, while still meeting the restrictions that the federal government sets. When we look at our home program, similarly, we would recommend continuing to fund our rental assistance program, which helps prevent people from becoming homeless. And if we get more than expected, we would, of course, be able to help more people, and the opposite if we get less. And with that, we have our recommendations. Again, we're here to answer questions and, of course, to take very detailed notes on what both the City Council and the community have to say. And with that, I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. So now there are questions, council has questions. I just have one question, and that is, we've received some emails in terms of this item. Will they be included in the packet and the information that comes back? Will they be considered?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We will look at everything, the emails, the public comments.
So just people in case they have questions on that. All right, I'm going to start with Councilmember Chahal. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Adam, for the presentation. My question is, we just heard the library grants have been stopped by the federal government, and we are not sure what's happening in Washington, D.C. And I know you touched base, like what if we get more funds or less funds? So with the things going on, is there a backup plan to fill up this 1.7 million hole if we don't get adequate funding, or much less than what we are expecting? So what is our backup plan to fill that and to make sure the services we are providing under home and the CBDG are not cut? Is there a plan for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have questions? All right, go ahead, Councilmember Hardy. Let's see.
Thank you. First off, I was trying to remember, you wrote out most of them, but TBRA, I was trying to remember what that stood for, because that is a large chunk of this, and it's listed under what I think is affordable HSG account, whatever that is. I was trying to understand what you wanted today as a motion, because we're going to have 2 of these public hearings, and if I hear right, we're going to adjust it based on what is asked and what we see and hear tonight. So I was thinking that May 13th was our final time to approve something, so I was confused about what you wanted for tonight, other than to note and file the report. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, that's it for the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, happy to answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mayor.
Councilmember Jane just put his hand up.
The city of Sunnyvale, I think they're now providing 3 months of rent to people that are at risk of being evicted. And I know we have the rental assistance programs. Can you talk about what Santa Clara is doing and whether any of that money is coming from these funds?
All right, those are your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. Let me start in order here. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen at the federal level. And for now, we haven't heard anything from HUD, so we're planning conservatively on the amounts that we have here in the plan. If those are dramatically lower, we really don't have a backup in terms of filling those funding gaps for these public service agencies. We, of course, have the projects that are already in motion. Our assumption is that we would be allowed to finish those, but any new projects or starting new contracts would be difficult, without another source. We do have our home ARP funds, which we have a plan that was adopted, and that's really kind of follows these lines. So the majority of that funding, it's one-time funding, is really intended to expand the tenant-based rental assistance program. But that's a small amount of funding, not a lot. Our PLHA funds, which comes from the state, has different. It's similar but different. So there are some services that it can fund, but others that are maybe not as compatible or don't have the exact same restrictions as, say, federal CDBG dollars do. So the PLHA funds, we don't know yet how much the next 5-year cycle is going to be. We'll know later this year. Those can be used for affordable housing development, so there is definitely a trade-off to using them for housing versus other uses. And yes, TBRA means tenant-based rental assistance, and it's a very important program here in Santa Clara. It allows people to get deposit assistance, case management to help find that needle in the haystack, which is finding an apartment in the Bay Area right now that's affordable. And then, of course, helping to pay rent for up to 12 months. So it's a really important program. A lot of people it takes a long time to find housing here. And so it buys people time. It provides them with support so that they can increase their income, apply for whatever benefits they might need to apply for jobs, increase their income. And a year it's more than 3 months, so it's a great program. And I think the question of whether or not the funding Sunnyvale uses for their rent assistance program, I don't know off the top of my head. We can follow up and find out. My guess is that the county's homelessness prevention system has a much shorter rental assistance period, and I think it's 3 months, but I'll double check. So it may be that they're just using county prevention funds. But again, ours that's funded by home is a longer program, a longer duration. And in terms of what Santa Clara is doing, in this draft plan, we are proposing to continue funding the tenant-based rental assistance and expanding it with our home ARP funds. And I think there's one other question that I didn't answer that I think Councilmember Hardy asked.
What
are we
exactly
approving
are we
tonight?
doing, recommendation?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So really, it is note and file. It's approving the draft and asking staff to, summarize what we've heard today. And if there's any changes or edits that you think are appropriate, we can take that back and bring back a revised draft to you at the next hearing.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a few public members now that would like to speak, so we're going to start with Milton, followed by Alma. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, Milton Cadena. I direct senior services in Catholic Charities. Dear Mayor Gilmore and City Council, good evening and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the Ombudsman program at Catholic Charities. Also, I want to express my gratitude for the City of Santa Clara past and continued support for our program. The Ombudsman program serves and advocates for some of the most vulnerable members of our community, those living in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. Our mission is to uphold their dignity, rights, and well-being, ensuring they receive the quality of care they deserve. This is a unique and essential service in Santa Clara County. No other program has 24/7 access to residents in long-term care facilities. By law, every facility required to display our contact information, making it easier for residents and their families to reach us. The Ombudsman Program is federally and state mandated under the Older Americans Act to investigate and resolve complaints related to quality of care, abuse, and residents' rights. We act as a vital safety net, helping to prevent wrongful evictions, addressing neglect and abuse, and ensuring that facilities provide safe and respectful environment. Many residents do not choose to live in long-term care facilities. It is often their only option. These facilities become their homes, yet some are being unfairly discharged due to financial reasons or family conflicts. If notified in time, our Ombudsman team can intervene and help residents stay in their homes. For the city of Santa Clara, we cover 2 skilled nursing facilities, 13 assisted living facilities or CFEs, covering a total of 535 beds. In the previous grant, we did over 100 visits and conducted 70 investigations to 70 unduplicated cases, individuals in long-term care facilities. We appreciate the support from the city, and we hope to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and testifying. Alma, followed by Brian.
I have some.
Thank you.
Hello, hi, my name is Alma Soto, and I'm the Executive Director for Heart of the Valley Services. And Heart of the Valley Services is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that is committed to facilitating and advocating and supporting the independent living of seniors residing in West Santa Clara Valley. We're located right across the street in between two, what are they? Auto body shops right across the street from you guys. We've been there since 1987, and I am just really here to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak, and also to request continued support from the Santa Clara City as we offer such an amazing opportunity to our seniors that are living here in these areas, Sunnyvale, Campbell, Cupertino, Santa Clara, Montessorino, Los Gatos, and parts of West San Jose. And it's such an important organization, and I'm so very thankful to be representing this organization as we really help the seniors live independently. As we get older, you know, our abilities decline, and some of us don't have a village, and I believe Heart of the Valley really offers that village to our community members, and we need to be there for one another. And I think it was just so beautiful to see Mr. Abul Salam celebrating his 100th birthday. This is what we do, listening to them, giving them support, being the village that they need. This is essentially what Heart of the Valley does. And I would just request continued support from the city, and any more volunteerism, anybody that was interested, any person that needs that assistance, we're here. Please come stop by and see me. I'm looking to have a grand reopening in the summer and to have different events for our community, movie nights and such, just to welcome back the community back to Heart of the Valley. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the packets as well.
Wonderful.
Thank you. All right, next we have Brian, followed by Pilar. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to be really honest. The federal, the person up there running it right now, this will all get cut, all of it down to the zero with a deep passion. Sad to say, but this is a lot of bang for the buck. I've worked with the people in convalescent facilities. Folks don't get their private needs taken care of. They develop sores. And then you're looking, decubiti ulcer, you're looking at $100,000 a month just to put a person in a special bed. And unfortunately, they get sepsis and then they die an extremely horrible death. And it's a lot more expensive than that $1.5 million just for one person. Now, it seems like for some reason, the end-all and be-all folks that know everything upstairs think that every one of these people is faking it. And I've heard that about the students I've worked with, about folks that live in convalescent hospitals. One gentleman I worked with was on I think it was the USS Independence, and he went into the water with a bunch of other folks, and very few of them came out because of sharks. I hope I have that right. But this gentleman typifies what we're trying to protect. And I think if you have to, I'll beg. I mean, I'd go to the president right now and beg right on my hands and knees on TV if it helps, because I don't care about that. I care about these people. These people care about these people too, so fund them as best you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Pilar, followed by Katie's online, but Pilar first. Welcome, Pilar.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor, Council, my name is Pilar Furlong. I'm the Chief Community Resources Officer for Bill Wilson Center. I am also a resident of the city of Santa Clara. So I wanted to thank and acknowledge the staff and the consultant who put together this plan, a very comprehensive consolidated plan. I read through the whole thing. I especially wanted to highlight the strategic plan part in here and the goal that speaks to addressing homelessness through not only housing stabilization, but supportive services that include mental health services and economic resiliency programs. So Bill Wilson Center is a current recipient of CDBG funds that supports the counseling program for low to extremely low income students and their families in Santa Clara. These are families who really are struggling with how do they pay their rent and how do they put food on the table. They may not have the funds or the resources for counseling services, so that's something that we're able to provide with CDBG support. So the consolidated plan is recommending Bill Wilson Center for continued funding, again in the coming year with a grant of $30,000, and we're very thankful for that recommendation. As it's in a direct alignment with the plan's priorities to address homelessness through support services like mental health. On another note, as a resident of the city, I was really encouraged when I read the homeless strategy that's in here. I think it starts on page 139. Really, really good stuff. I hope that everything is able to come to fruition that is put into the plan. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Katie. Go ahead, Katie, unmute yourself. There you go.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Katie Fanton. I'm the Vice President of Programs for Abode Services. And since 2015, we've been honored to partner with the city in operating the tenant-based rental assistance program. Over the past almost 10 years, this partnership has allowed us to house 93 formerly unhoused households, supporting more than 250 individuals. We've done this through rental subsidies, housing navigation, and housing stability case management for between 12 to 24 months. One note here is that 63% of the households that we've served over this time have been households with children. These households have deep roots in Santa Clara. They are connected, they are community members, they've been long-term residents of the city. And through this tenant-based rental assistance program, they've been able to regain stability and work towards goals that they've set for their future. One quick story to illustrate this, I have many, is a person named David. He and his young children were living in an encampment that was being abated, and they were referred to the TBRA program. With the program support, he was within a week able to secure housing and begin to receive rental assistance and support. During that time, as he was housed in the program, he was able to enroll in a paid internship in a training program, which is going to position him to help pay the rent for his unit once this program ends. This is really why we do this work. He just represents one of the many households that we've been able to support. We're really grateful for the city's continued support, and we look forward to not only continuing in this program, but expanding it through the home ARP funds. And we really hope that we can support vulnerable populations, including survivors of domestic violence, individuals at risk of human trafficking, veterans, and those at risk of homelessness. Thank you again, City and Council, for continuing to address homelessness and housing insecurity in the city. we are understand that this investment changes lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Georgia. Go ahead, Georgia.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Georgia Basile, Directing Attorney of Senior Adults Legal Assistance, or SALA. We provide free legal services to Santa Clara residents 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. We provide our services locally at appointments at Santa Clara Senior Center and by phone for clients that can't leave their homes or with emergencies that can't wait for a senior center appointment. We are a current CDBG public service grantee, and we thank you so much. Your funding supports expanded availability of our services in Santa Clara. We're recommended for $30,000 in public service funding in the action plan to continue our services, and we thank the staff for their recommendation. We do address a range of critical matters impacting our clients' lives. For example, we address income insecurity by assisting clients with legal problems related to the public benefits they rely on to meet basic needs, Social Security, SSI, Medicare, and Medi-Cal. We address housing instability by assisting clients worried about eviction, clients needing reasonable accommodations in their housing, or clients whose housing is otherwise in jeopardy. We address loss of autonomy by assisting clients to do basic legal planning for the future, to help them age in place by appointing someone to step in and manage their affairs when they can no longer do so. And regrettably, we continue to address elder abuse and domestic violence by assisting clients that are victims of abuse, usually by someone living in their homes, an adult child, grandchild, caregiver, a tenant renting out rooms. We can't charge fees for our services or accept fee-generating cases. The primary way we support our services is through grants like CDBG. So your funding helps us provide the highest level of service possible. We hope the City Council will support the staff's funding recommendation for SALA to receive $30,000 next year to continue our services. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this that hasn't spoken yet? Anyone else online? I don't see anyone else. Okay. This is a public hearing. Do we have to close the public hearing? Motion to close the public hearing, please.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Park, your name, your...
Or after.
Okay, all right, thanks. Motion second to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shaw.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Councilmember Park, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, Director Marcus. I know that you said that the CDBG monies, we had to split how we give those out because there's only a certain amount that we can put towards services, and the rest we have to put through capital. But could organizations make requests for both services and capital project assistance? I mean, if organizations had service, it's going to make something up. Let's say that the Aquatics Foundation put in a request for grant for services because they provide, lessons for needy families or disabled families, and they also put in a request for funding for a water lift chair, for example. I mean, is that something that they could do? Because I'm thinking if other organizations need funding and they can split it off into capital improvement or, in addition to their services, because I would think that some organizations could do both. Is that a way that, maybe some of the organizations could address some of their grant needs? I'm looking at a lot of the grants here, and some of them are kind of high, and I understand why the funding for public service activities is limited, but I'm thinking that if those organizations that do have higher funding requested, knowing in the future that we'll probably do the same thing that we're doing this year and the years before, limit them to try to get the maximum number of organizations that we can support. But if they can split that off into capital infrastructure or capital improvements, if that's a way that they can get access to additional funding.
Should I respond now, or?
Yeah, there are no other questions.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. Technically, the CDBG funds can be used for both purposes. Currently, we're working through a pipeline of capital projects. So I think by the time those projects are completed, so I would say for the next NOFA, that would be the opportunity for nonprofits who are interested in capital projects to apply. But at our current capacity, we need to finish the project we've already started, because oftentimes capital projects take more than a year. They're more complicated than providing public services, and each one is individual. So that would be, this NOFA is really aimed at a 3-year period. Of course, each year we come back with an annual action plan, and there are ways to amend those plans, but generally in terms of staff capacity, I would say we would need to finish what we've started first.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do I have a motion for staff recommendation? We're going to be revisiting this again on the, is it the 13th? May 13th.
I would like to make a motion for staff recommendation to note and file the plan and to approve the draft consolidated plan.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second for that. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes, and none of my votes, nobody was present in my room.
Thank you. I was just going to ask you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you again for the presentation, and we'll see you back on the 13th. All right, next, item number 7, we have action to approve an expanded scope of work for the International Swim Center ISC project, including the rehabilitation of the pool and dive tower facilities at the current location. 2, adopt a resolution declaring an urgency in accordance with City Charter Section 1310, Contracts on Public Works, to allow for the award of a contract for the project without re-advertising for bids. And 3, award the contract for the project to Adams Pool Solutions. 4, delegate authority to the city manager to execute agreements to implement the project. And 5, approve budget-related amendments. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor, for reading that. I know that's a lot. A lot of the items we bring before you are critical. This one is really urgent and important. It involves furthering enhancements and rehabilitation of the city's International Swim Center. And we all know Santa Clara has a long history in youth sports, and our ISC is really at the forefront of that history. As we all know, unfortunately, in 2023, there was a assessment done and the facility needed to be closed due to critical safety concerns. The City Council in June of last year approved approximately a $2 million project for a limited number of improvements, really not everything that was needed. What happened during that time, we all know, is Measure I was placed on the ballot, Measure I was approved, and during the first 3 weeks of construction, additional challenges were discovered as portions of the pools were deconstructed. And so we have an update for you tonight to be provided by Damon Sparacino, the Director of Parks and Recreation. We also have recommendations before you tonight to expand the scope and really move forward with some urgent improvements to the facility. So with that, I'll turn it over to Damon Sparacino.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Damon Sparacino, as City Manager mentioned, the Director of Parks and Recreation. And tonight I'll be providing a brief update regarding the current International Swim Center project, as well as presenting City Council with an alternative option that considers expanding the scope of work for the entire project. A little bit of background. Constructed in 1966, the International Swim Center opened to the public in July of 1967. The facility features 3 pools, a dive tower, viewing stands for approximately 3,000 spectators, restroom and shower facilities, as well as staff offices, training rooms, and several support areas. In 2000, the center was renamed as the George F. Haynes International Swim Center after the former Santa Clara Swim Club coach of 23 plus years. Since 1999, the International Swim Center discussions have included master planning, site expansion, improvements, and reconfiguration. In 2000, these discussions overall, and the overall aging of the infrastructure led to a 2018 Parks and Recreation Facility Assessment, referred to as the Kitchell Report. This was a visual assessment that determined a majority of the International Swim Center was in poor or critical condition. Based on the Kitchell Report, and of course repeated and ongoing issues, in 2023, the city hired LPA Inc. to conduct an in-depth assessment of ISC to identify systematic deficiencies, determine remaining operational life, as well as assess risk and code compliance. Ultimately, the health and safety concerns identified in LPA's in-depth assessment led to the closure of ISC in January of 24. In June of 24, as mentioned earlier, council approved 1.86 to address facility access safety issues and replaster the training and racing pools. It's important to note that staff began meeting regularly with the aquatics user groups in the fall. In October of 2024, council awarded contracts. In December, the county issued the permits necessary to begin the work, and in January, the project began. I'd also like to take a beat here and recognize and thank staff throughout the organization for leaning into this project whenever and wherever possible. And in particular, CDD, we've had the building official sitting in on meetings with us, SVP out looking at power pool options, water and sewer, and then of course, Public Works, and then a special nod to our very own Parks and Recreation team, not to mention the repeated break-ins we've had while the pool's been closed. It's been and where the public safety comes in. So it's been a real team effort to be here tonight before you. And again, not included in the temporary reopening project were the boiler issues that have been ongoing, ADA facility issues, health and safety issues relative to the unique bodies of water. Currently, the 3 bodies of water are served by 2 boilers and 2 circulation systems. That is no longer up to code for the county health. The dive well and tower are out of play and aren't going to be worked on as part of the temporary reopening project. We aren't able to do any additional plumbing, electrical, or structural issues. Here's a couple of photos from some of the facility. We've got some of the wall opened up here to show some of the plumbing issues in the building, the scaffolding showing the roof wanting to come down. The lower left, you'll see the inside of the dive tower, the rot that we're experiencing, and then in the lower right, you'll see some of the conditions of the pool mechanical room and chemical equipment. So the first step in the project was successful in the maintenance project, as we were able to drain the racing and training pools without any hydrostatic pressure complications. However, in week 3 of the project, the contractor discovered pool gutter and apron infrastructure issues, and that's when we paused work. Staff immediately notified council members and key stakeholders about these issues, including the associated increase to timeframes and costs. Through discussions with the contractor and the user groups, as well as the fact that even after completing the temporary project work that we originally endeavored, ISC would still be at limited capacity with no long-term solutions for those things mentioned earlier, the boilers, the diving tower, the diving well, the administration building, the water circulation systems. So at this point, it seemed appropriate and prudent to pause and reevaluate the scope of the project, especially since we had it opened up and the pool shells remained intact. So tonight's report to council is really the convergence between what staff is referring to as options A and B, where option A is the original maintenance project for temporary reopening, and option B is the expanded scope of work that starts the city on a path to long-term strategic approach to restoring the International Swim Center for decades of Santa Clara resident health, wellness, and recreational enjoyment. Option A, to remind you, included minor repairs to the main drain, replacing missed and broken tiles, resetting ladders, resetting interior pool steps to be ADA compliant with the structures as they were in place, and then replastering the racing and training pools. And again, some of the pros and cons to option A are that these address some safety improvements in the exterior fencing, included safety improvements to the training pool, met current ADA requirements for in-wall steps as the pools sat as they are, and then replastering of the training and racing pools. And then initially, this was thought to be the soonest available option to get at least a partial opening of the racing and training pools. The cons to option A were it didn't fully address the needs of the artistic and the dive teams. It didn't, it would have a maximum capacity of 200 persons per county health regulations. Doesn't address any ongoing issues, as I've mentioned before. The replastering had the potential to identify the needs and unanticipated repairs. Well, guess what? That's what we have found. And then still the need to proceed with the added work later. In option B, what we're really here to talk about tonight, again, is the expanded scope, which would include everything in option A, plus the dive well and tower would be reconditioned and refurbished, potentially replacing the dive tower. Mechanical and equipment rooms would be updated and created to support all pools, including exclusive boilers and circulation systems for each bodies of water, plumbing throughout the entire facility, electrical upgrades where needed, address all of the ADA issues, and then also bringing the racing pool up to current international competition standards and depth. So here are the pros and cons to option B as it's presented to council tonight. Complete restoration begins and ends sooner. It extends the facility for 25 to 30 plus years. Serves all three aquatics user groups as early as possible. Maximizes capacity, doesn't stop us at 200 folks. Addresses plumbing and boiler, all the issues we've discussed. Work can be supported now, as mentioned by the city manager, by Measure I bond funding. And staff time and resources will be reduced to conduct ongoing maintenance as a result of the aged infrastructure of the boilers and all the other support systems in this. The cons are the timeline will be extended from the originally expected 3 to 6 months. And then again, so it is a con, we put it up, but it'll delay the city in coming to a future agreement with the user groups. Laying out some of the funding for option B. In February, we had a in the field estimate, and we came up with about a $4 to $5 million, which is one of the reasons we stopped. After a little bit more work with our design firm, and then also looking at increasing the depth of the racing pool. We now, and then also adding a contingency, not just the standard, which is about a 10 to 15%, but a little extra contingency to allow for additional unexpected issues as we continue to open the facility up. The project's estimated to come in between 8.75 and 10 million. And also want to note that in option B, we would have a phase 1, which would be the initial option we're talking about tonight, and phase 2 would include the administration building, the locker rooms, the parks and recreation staff offices and storage spaces, lifeguard space and restrooms, meeting rooms, and then, of course, optional partner space with potential of office, meeting, and storage space for the partners. We would also be able to address the bleacher canopy. The city has experienced a dramatic impact on its ability to deliver services, deliver core services in the areas of health and wellness through our recreation aquatic programs such as lap swimming and drop-in swimming. In 2022, the last full year of operation, before we started having a lot of ongoing mechanical issues and before we closed the pool, we had over 20,000 participants either dropped in to swim or recreate at International Swim Center. In 2024, we were open for a couple of weeks. Prior to closing, we had less than 1,000, and currently, as we sit, we have none. Additionally, since 2024, there have been several impacts to the local nonprofit aquatic user groups, which include a lack of consistent space and disruptions to programming schedules, alternate locations that don't meet the programming or athlete needs, increased travel time and logistic challenges for the families and children who are participating in both the recreational and competitive programs, inability to safely store any equipment based on their rental locations. There is no office and/or storage space available for these groups. A continued financial strain to the organizations due to increased pool rental outside of the city, being non-resident rentals, and then an increase to those financial increases get passed along to the participants, the residents of Santa Clara, with an increase to athlete dues and participant dues. And then, of course, another important one to note is the uncertainty of the long-term viability of some of the organizations based on this extended operational restrictions. One of the things we're also here to request for council as part of the action is to declare an urgency relative to this project. So the city utilizes two distinct procurement processes, one for general services and another for public work contracts. General service contracts, which include maintenance and repair work, are procured under Chapter 2105 of the city's purchasing code. Public works contracts, however, which involve the construction of improvement public buildings, works, streets, drains, sewers, utilities, and so on, are governed by Section 1310 of the city charter. Option A, as it was discussed earlier, was procured under 2105. Option B is considered a public works project and governed by Section 1310. Given the expanded project scope and the urgent need to reopen the ISC for city programs and local nonprofit aquatics user groups, staff is recommending that City Council consider proceeding with Adams Pool Solutions under the urgency exception allowed under Section 1310. This would enable the continuation of work by Adams Pool Solution already engaged for the original scope of work. As noted also in the report to Council, over the last 19 months, the city has procured services with Adams Pool Solutions through 3 separate competitive bid processes for work at Mary Gomez Swim Center, the Senior Center Natatorium, and the ISC. Staff also wants to remind council that the average timeline to complete a basic public works project is approximately 34 months, which includes scope development, consultant procurement, bid and construction. It is estimated that there may be an opportunity to shorten this timeline approximately 12 or more months through utilizing the existing design and construction firms, accelerating the design process, and minimizing the plan review process. However, there are many variables to this schedule, which include the age of the infrastructure, unforeseen conditions, outside agency coordination with the county, weather, and the current economic supply chain landscape. Because of these factors, the city consultant contractor, and aquatics user groups will need to be prepared for changes and stay in constant communication around all of the project timelines. So that brings us to our recommendations for council's consideration tonight. There's a few slides here. I think that a lot of them have been read by the city manager and mayor, so I'll be brief. Determine that the proposed action is exempt from CEQA. Recommendation 2 is approve an extended scope of work, what we're calling option B, phase 1. Recommendation 3 is to adopt a resolution declaring an urgency in accordance with City Charter, Chapter Section 1310. Number 4 is award the Public Works contract for expanded scope to Adams Pool Solutions. And to also, in final forms, approve the city attorney with a not to exceed amount of $10 million and the city manager to negotiate and execute all necessary agreements to not to exceed $10 million subject to approval of funds, and in forms approved by the city attorney to accomplish expanded scope of work. And finally, A, the Parks Recreation Capital Fund can recognize transfers of $8.137 from the General Fund Land Sale Reserve and $500,000 from the General Fund Reserve. And then B, in General Fund, establish transfers to the Parks and Recreational Capital Fund. And that concludes our presentation for tonight.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you for that presentation. Let's start with council questions. Councilmember Jane, I think your hand's up. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In reading the report, it says general obligation bonds will ultimately be used to cover this additional cost. So the money's coming from the land sale reserve. On an interim basis, staff is recommending use of the general fund land reserve. So my question is, doesn't the oversight committee have to approve any expenditures from the general obligation bond? That's my only question.
Thank you. And I had the same question because I know if we're going to approve projects that are going to ultimately be funded by the bond, there has to be some action I thought that this board would have to take, or whether it's through the oversight committee or the council, that if we're going to do that. So that's my question as well. Any other council members have a question? Let's see. Anybody? Oh, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Well, I was the lone vote to not vote for the $2 million because I was worried about this exact thing, especially over the water infrastructure and the turnover not being what it needed to be, and knowing that those boilers broke constantly. So I very much like Plan B and like the idea of truly fixing the infrastructure. What I wanted to understand, I too had the question about moving the funds around and how that works with Measure I, sorry, I'm thinking about all these different plans. But this is phase 1 we're looking at, but you alluded to phase 2, which would be the rest of what we need to do. Could phase 2 be continuing on? Because it sounded like you wanted to get the pool open and done, and then could that other construction be going on around at the same time while the water's open? Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
My question is very similar to Councilmember Hardy's about phase 2. I'm wondering if we have to move forward with Plan B before we start talking about a phase 2 implementation, because it seems to me that, locker room storage are going to be pretty big problems quickly. So I want to better understand if that $10 million cap of negotiations could include that, or if that is uniquely for phase 1. Yeah, that's my only question for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. I mean, there's other things that we could be looking at that I don't know that we're talking about. One of them is combining the city swim programs with the swim club programs, aquatic center programs. I think that that was something that would save us time, money, resources on both sides. Look at the numbers of how many people we served 5 years ago compared to how many people we served last year, the year before. These numbers are kind of shocking. I share people's concerns about what kind of money we can spend. I want to know if we actually need changes to the bleacher canopies, meaning this is not going to be an event space. I think this is going to be a practice space. I think that the event space is going to be reserved for the new center, the new pools. If we just restrict the bleacher areas altogether, could we save money and time there? I don't really know. I mean, I looked at, back in January, saw what Adams Pool Solutions had uncovered with the pool. I do have a lot of concerns about other things that we may find. I mean, we don't want to go into too many details, but there were a couple of things that concerned me as well. I'm worried that as we go further, we will continue to find problems, which is why I want to know if we had to put money into a plan. I saw a plan several years ago that called for 2 different pools, for 2 50-meter pools. One of the reasons that was given to me is if they had a plan with 2 pools, then one of the pools could get monies, different kinds of monies for renovation, or it would, there would be different monies that could be pulled based on the fact that it was part of renovation as opposed to a new pool build. I do have some concerns about trying to get the water online as quickly as possible, but at the same time, if we're looking at 3 years for renovation, I don't know when we're going to start looking at a new pool. I mean, I almost feel that if we're set on the renovation, then that would put the schedule for a new pool out. And rather than do that, I want to know what plans that we could have for, I mean, potentially looking at a plan that had multiple pools there and working on a new pool while we're doing renovations on another. Again, I do appreciate trying to get the current water online as quickly as possible. But I think when we look at a long-term solution, I want to know if there's something that we can do that kind of puts, kind of moves us forward with not just the interim solution, which I'm really worried will become the permanent solution after we put so much time and effort into it, and ensure that we get a new George F. Haynes International Swim Center. Thank you.
I just had a couple of follow-up questions. With the pools that we're replacing now, I saw one would be a little deeper than it is. Are the swim groups okay with what we're doing in terms of the pools? And so that, I think so, but I'm just double checking on that. And then secondly, in following up on the buildings, I don't want to replace the buildings. I don't want to replace what's there. I want to make it much better. And I know that we'll have the funds available to do that with Measure I. So I want to know what's going to be our process going forward, because I just don't want, I don't want it to be done quietly. I want the council to be involved, the community to be involved. I want a community process on the buildings and the infrastructure there for the rest of it, but at least get the pools going now. And if we're under this emergency, whatever chart through what we're going to do tonight, does that also include the buildings? No? Is it? Okay, so that's a question. Is it, so the buildings, we're going to have to go through a separate process. That's what I want to know, because we can get the pools, online. You said 3 years minus a year, that's 2 years. Hopefully it's sooner than that. You say you're encountering problems, aren't we gutting them out and redoing them? So that's what I want to know. Then I'd want to know when we're starting the process for the buildings and hoping it's immediately. I'm answering my own question, but hoping we could do it right away. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I had a couple of questions which were already been asked. But one was the budget amendment questions we are talking about, how we'll adjust that down the line with the bond money we will be receiving, and what will be the process on that. And about the phase 2 bleachers and locker room, etc. I know it is mentioned in the staff report that it will be come back to the council later on, but is there a way we can do it on parallel basis so that we don't waste time to, because that will also be a hindrance to use of the facility whenever we do it. So if we are doing all this thing, I would suggest that we should do that in parallel, and it should be brought forward to the council ASAP, even if we are using the bond money. So by the time next few months, if we are able to resolve the oversight committee and put in place the bond usage, that should be done. So my question is, why are we not putting it priority to put phase 2 of bleachers and other locker rooms in parallel to what we are doing right now? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I had 2 questions. One is that we're taking the money from the land sale reserve. So I kind of doubt that there's enough money there to do both phase 1 and phase 2. And really extending the whole project might delay the amount of time the swim people have to wait. But my second question is, are we working with the swim, the users, the swim clubs and such, to change how much fees they pay to use this facility? Because we're putting a lot of money into this facility. Thank you.
Can you repeat the very last part of that question?
I was just saying, are we working with them to increase the amount of money? It seems to me that in the past, they essentially paid nothing to use our facility. And so I was just wondering if that is part of this, so that we can actually put money aside in the future for any repairs.
Thank you. I just didn't catch the last part. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Some of the questions that the council members have mentioned are similar concerns as far as the moving around of monies, but I would say whatever we can do to expedite this would be beneficial. Obviously, the more time that we take, the more usually costs go up in construction. So, if we could sell the bonds tomorrow and just get everything rolling, I would say we do that. I've always been a proponent of trying to get things done faster as far as even the sale of bonds. I know I understand that sometimes there's a 3-year provision as far as the spending of those, but as we look at how we can move things along faster in parallel would be beneficial. And whether we can, and even I understand some of the transparency and questions that maybe our user groups might have or be requesting that we convene as soon as possible, maybe the president of those associations, to make sure that we understand what they see as needs and maybe wants, that maybe, the facility was built many, many years ago, and some of the things that might be needed today are different, or some of the needs might be different today than they were back then. So reconstructing the ISC is not probably something that we would want to do. So how do we re-envision that in a timely fashion to get it done, as you mentioned, so in 22 months you said, so maybe in 22 months we can go over there and cut the ribbon.
Thank you. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
For all those 200 questions?
Yeah.
Go.
Yes, okay. So thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council. A robust set of questions. We have a number of people here, and I think we're going to bounce back and forth to a few people, so I will facilitate. So the first set of questions was around advancing funds. So yes, the recommendations you have in here is to advance funds to perform the work for option B, phase 1, to be reimbursed by future bond proceeds. And so there was a question about the mechanism for that, as well as the role of the oversight committee per the ordinance. So I'll toss those to the city attorney.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan and Madam Mayor. There are still some nuances that are being worked out to kind of when and how the COC acts with respect to specific projects. But most importantly for your purposes tonight, no action tonight commits the expenditure of bond money. The expectation is and the intent is and the hope is that, and this is a qualified project both under the expenditure plan and for purposes of bond proceeds, that will be, that's how those monies will be used. But tonight you're not committing to that. The actions, and I confirm with the finance director that you're taking tonight, spend out of existing funds. The financing plan and the expenditure of bond proceeds will come much later in the process. And the expectation is that the COC will be formed by then and be able to be involved in that decision.
City Attorney, I think there's going to have to be some actions that are taken if we're going to use other monies on a project. It's my understanding that there is. So maybe you
That's
can
correct,
bring
Madam Mayor.
that back to us, because there is some action that has to
Yeah,
be taken.
you're absolutely right, Madam Mayor, but not tonight. So there's
No, not tonight. But
Yeah,
the question I had and others did were, don't we have to take some action?
Yeah, very good, Madam Mayor, and we'll give you more detail on that. The next action you'll be taking, we expect to have sometime in June or July, and that's actually necessary in order for you to be able to impose the levy that on the taxpayers that will pay back the bonds. And so we'll have that analyzed by then, Madam Mayor, to give you more specificity on when the COC needs to act. Technically, under the plan, they're only acting to make sure that bond proceed expenditures are made consistent with the plan. And of course, Mayor, as you know, since you were one of the architects of this, the ISC, improvements are listed on the expenditure plan and are a pretty kind of bread and butter expenditure consistent with the expenditure plan.
Okay, in this next set of questions, I'm going to combine a few questions that were asked by a number of council members. But first, I think it's important to set a little groundwork and really say what we're proposing tonight is really the convergence of two directions that the City Council provided staff back in early 2024. If you'll recall, when we needed to close the ISC, Council directed the staff to do three things. Develop a plan for immediately reopening the facility as soon as possible. 2, immediately begin work on long-term options. And then 3, support the clubs during this temporary phase with relocation and/or financial support. What we're talking about tonight is essentially conversions of the first two. We immediately set about working on both. And so now we're at a point where we know we have Measure I approved. We've done some deconstruction. And so we're essentially merging that temporary, or we're recommending to merge that temporary reopening with the long-term vision. And so what this is, should we move forward, it is saying we intend to set about a course to rebuild the existing 3 bodies of water at the ISC in phase 1. And then phase 2, we will begin work on building a new facility because the current building cannot be remodeled. Improving the bleachers, because there's a portion of the bleachers that can be saved, primarily the grandstands, and then improving the canopy. We believe the metal structure can be saved, but the top portion and other abutments needs to be added. And so we're setting about that course essentially to rebuild the ISC. Now, that does not mean that in a later phase 3 or 4, or maybe even an amended phase 2, we can't make other additions that are not there. But essentially the recommendation is we're setting about a course to rebuild the ISC. And so there were questions around what is in phase 1 and really what does phase 2, when can we start on phase 2? And so we've talked a lot about what's in phase 1. That's on a slide that I'm going to ask to be called back up. But why don't I turn it to Director Sparacino to discuss when phase 2 will begin. And then if you bring up staff slide 11, that talks about what's in the expanded scope.
So a couple of questions were asked around phase 2. Some of them were comments, some questions around when will it begin, the sooner the better, why isn't it included? I think part of why it wasn't included has been discussed, but it has to do with how much money the city has on hand now to start phase 1, as well as replacing the pools in kind and or bringing them certain bodies of the water up to standards that will meet the needs of the swimming community is less critical than designing a building that meets the specific needs of both staff, the community, as well as the user groups. So that would be a public process. We would not be exercising the urgency clause on that. We would do outreach. We would talk with user groups, residents, all stakeholders. We would talk with staff, look at the spaces we need as staff to be able to operate that facility, and all the other things that come with that, storage. It was interesting, we were on a meeting today and we were looking at the the design of the pump room, and we were asking things like, where are you gonna put this and where are you gonna put that? And we're like, well, that will really come when we build the building. So between phase 1 and 2, we'll have to do some things. And we're already thinking through some things creatively, like how do we let folks into the building and during the 2 years? I think that was one of the questions. And can this run concurrently? The answer is yes. And we've also thought of operational efficiencies around that, which is where we have an office place based on an entrance that will be adjacent to where the project phase 2 will be, where people would come in and they can still check in with a guard, and then the guards can also, and or staff can still have a view of the pool for 2 years while the water's being used. So there's a lot of thought that's already going into this with both our designers and staff to expedite and think as many things as possible along the way. And it can run concurrent. And I've used the phrase, as soon as the gavel drops, if it does on this phase 1 tonight, staff will already begin looking at how do we kick this project off, and then what are the steps we have to do to begin work on 2, part of which would also include the bond oversight committee and all the other normal project timelines that come with a public works contract.
Yeah, and so I'll say it can and they will run concurrently should council set about this course. And so we will, as the director said, immediately focus on executing phase 1. And then once work has begun on phase 1, staff will start on phase 2. And as we've said, phase 2, we are not proposing to use the declaration of urgency, and there would be the full community engagement process. Connected to that, there were a few questions of what do the swim groups think of this? I won't speak for them, but they are here. I will say in general, with the recommendation that's before you, we are in lockstep, and there's support for moving forward, and I know that they will speak later. And certainly lots of conversations on what the building will look like and how that will be configured are to come. There were questions around operational modifications of our larger aquatics program. Certainly that has been talked about. This process that is focused on infrastructure does not foreclose any of those conversations or discussions that will happen. I think in the director's presentation, as a con, he mentioned that because we're so focused on the infrastructure, that does delay those conversations, but it's not a problem because those conversations aren't needed until we reopen, right? Or we don't have to conclude those until we reopen, and so we're a few years away from that. But certainly this action does not preclude that. There was also a question around will the groups pay enhanced fees? Certainly we've had those conversations over the last year. I think there's a recognition that there is a need and I think a desire to pay additional fees. Now, what level, a lot of conversations still need to occur, but we are in close communication and I think agreement on the point. There was additional questions on potential changes to the bleacher canopies. I think we've answered that, but this path calls for keeping the grandstands more or less as designed with some minor ADA modifications and redoing the canopy. Okay. There were questions around the budget amendment. I think we've answered those. Taking money from the land sale reserve. So there are sufficient funds in the land sale reserve as based on the staff's recommendation, as well as pulling money from additional funds that is embedded within our recommendation. And we can certainly bring back up slide 19, recommendation 5 that goes through those. And so that's pulling roughly $8.1 million from the general fund land sale reserve, $500,000 from the general fund reserve for program capital projects, and an increase in the planning and construction for the temporary project by a total of $8.6 million, with a B, a part of that, which is establishing transfers to affect the same. And I believe that is all of the questions that were asked. Thank you.
I found some of my research that I did on this, and City Attorney, you can tell me if this is something that we have to do or not do. It's called a reimbursement resolution. Before spending any money, the city needs to pass a reimbursement resolution.
You're right, Madam Mayor.
This is a formal declaration of the city's intent to reimburse himself from future bond proceeds. It allows the city to use its own funds, and it's natural, and a lot of cities do this, use its own funds for early project costs with the plan to repay itself later once the bonds are issued. It says why it matters. The IRS requires this resolution if the city wants to preserve the tax-exempt status of future bonds. Without it, the city cannot legally reimburse itself for prior expenditures using tax-exempt bond monies. So the recommendation up here is to spend that money. Would we not have to do this first before actually spending that money?
Yeah, appreciate
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Madam Mayor. You're right about that requirement. However, there is, under those same provisions, and we talked with Finance Director about this and confirmed with Bond Counsel on this, I believe you have up to 18 months in order to adopt that resolution. So they can be adopted after the fact, both with respect to soft costs, and on hard costs that are expended, and that adopted resolution will have the effect of relating back to that expenditure of costs. So you're absolutely right, but it's not something that needs to be done in advance of all expenditures. It can relate back for a period of time. And we will make sure that gets done in accordance with the law.
We know what we're doing so that we don't get stuck paying for it when it should be a bond expenditure.
Mayor, I had that very same question myself and posed to Finance Director and outside Bond Counsel to make sure we were not running afoul of that requirement.
Thank you.
And if I can add, we're planning to put that resolution before you in July of this year.
Okay, so we have members of the public now. We can start with Kevin, followed by Rick, followed by iPhone. Or unless you have a group presentation.
Rick wasn't able to make it, but
Okay.
Mayor, Council, staff, thanks for having us. I'm Kevin Zacher, head coach of the swim club. Amanda Pease is our board president. Todd Spahn is the diving coach, and David Bohr here is a board member of the artistic swimming group. First, I want to say I'm very thankful to staff. New Parks and Rec Director Spiracino has been a great addition. Project Manager Carolyn and Javon, we've been meeting quite regularly and feel like we've had great communication over the last few months, so I'm very thankful for that. Related to this project, we all are in favor of moving forward with this project. I think when we first started talking about a new facility and the bond passed, which we were all thankful and grateful for, you know, we maybe imagined a facility maybe a little bit different. That might better meet the needs of what we would need to do in terms of hosting international level meets and events and things like that. That being said, us not having a facility to train has been quite a hardship, and this is the quickest path for us to get back to a stable place at the ISC. It's been meeting our needs for the last 50 plus years. It'll meet our needs moving forward. Would we want something a little bit more? Sure, but I don't think this precludes the possibility of potentially adding to the facility in the future to make it more amenable to those things. And but again, we as the three clubs that use the pool quite a bit, we all are in favor of this, and we think it's the right option. It's the best option at this date and time, and we would really encourage you all to pass and approve this. And let's get it going so we can get back in the pool.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, go ahead, please, if you could speak in the microphone. Thank you.
Again, I'm Todd, the diving coach, and both Rick and I met with the president of USA Diving, and he has a letter that he has written in full support of this facility and how important it is to diving. I've got copies for everyone if I can share those. But just this is one of only 2 facilities in the entire Bay Area that could possibly host any type of community events for diving. Both Cal Berkeley and Stanford do not let community-based groups in there, which is why we aren't training there. And so besides Novato, which is obviously, far, far away from here, this is, a much more populated area that needs this resource even more. And so Lee Michaud, the president of USA Diving, wrote a very nice letter just in full support of this and saying how important it is for the future of diving in this part of the country. So, thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Anyone else? No?
Just in closing, Parks Rec Director Spiracino alluded to this, but the financial hardship and the hardship on our families over the last 15 months has been drastic. We're not able to grow. We're not able to accommodate many kids that live in Santa Clara that want to be a part of our program. We just can't get them in because we don't have the space and/or it's really expensive now because of how much we have to pay. So getting back to the IC is going to allow us to serve the youth of Santa Clara again in the way that we have in the past. And it'll also be, we've got families driving hours upon hours each week just to get their kids to training facilities, and this will be a great relief to them and the kids that need to spend time doing homework and other things besides sitting in the car driving to and from the pool. So again, thank you, and we look forward to continuing to work with staff and with you all and getting this facility back online.
And please continue to work with our staff and being engaged in the process, especially as we go through designing the buildings as we go forward and the facilities are to support the pools. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next we have iPhone. Go ahead, unmute yourself. There you go.
This is Linda again. So I don't know why it's anonymous or whatever. One of the questions that I would have really for the swim clubs is they got a free ride for a long time. Now they're paying for it in the sense of both money to the other facilities and time driving places. How much are they going to reimburse the city when the city builds the facility? Are they going to reimburse it in money? Are they going to reimburse it in volunteer hours? How are they going to reimburse the city? I am a swimmer. I love swimming. I love ocean swimming. I love pool swimming. So it's not I'm against swimming. I am against people getting a free ride and being unhappy that they're no longer getting a free ride. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have Tanae. Tanae, go ahead, please. There you go.
Madam Mayor and council members, I apologize. Somehow it shows my son's name. It's not him. It's me, Vikas Gupta.
Okay.
So today I speak as a 25 plus year resident of Santa Clara, as a Parks and Rec Commissioner, and also as the president of the Santa Clara Aquatics Foundation. I think my colleagues from the swimming community, the three clubs, captured it very nicely in terms of the appreciation and support that they feel and I feel for the new Parks and Rec Director, Mr. Sparsino, the program manager, and also certainly the city manager and the mayor and council for your attention, support, and urgency that you're demonstrating. I liked everything I heard today. Thank you so much for all these efforts. And I expect myself, and of course, I expect the rest of the community to work alongside to get this wonderful facility back online as soon as possible. And so we can go back to the heydays of swimming in Santa Clara and put our place back on the map. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Vikas. Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone else online. Is anybody else here who would like to speak? All right, we have some council comments. We'll start with Vice Mayor Cox.
I just have comments. Yeah, I wanted to just express my support as well. I think that, you know, the swim center has been a contentious issue and it's felt like a long time. So I'm very grateful for your patience to the community clubs here. I think one of the lovely things about the option B is that everybody's needs are met. The dive team, the artistic swim club, the swim club. And looking at the future, this gives us 30 years of stability for a few more months. So I, again, thank you for your patience because you will have to wait a little bit longer, but we're all served in a greater capacity. And because it also leaves the potential open using a marginal piece of the money allocated for swimming in Santa Clara. There is potential long-term, but I want to just thank Carolyn and Damon as well. Having toured the facility and really seen what's going on down there, getting briefed on this was really eye-opening. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity to support this and move forward right away.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to the staff for the detailed report. And I want to give a lot of credit to staff for navigating this thing since last almost a year and coming up with the solutions where we are today, basically. And solutions were not easy, and navigating all the funding part of it and navigating the situation we came across. Like I remember when I visited this pool when they found some of the additional issues, and that time the swim team was there and staff was there, and so the comprehensive approach of communicating with the stakeholders and coming up with this option B is great. Like, because at the same time I was raising this issue, what happens if the boiler goes down? We do all this work and the boiler goes down, what will we do, basically? So those questions have been answered, and the communication between the staff and the stakeholder has been great. And this will be a long-term solution, basically, not a short-term solution, but it can be beneficial to the city and residents and all the stakeholders about the swim club for a long time, basically. And glad we are improving this facility, and glad we have the bond as a funding mechanism down the line as per the resolution which will be brought forward to us in July. So we are glad this thing is happening, and I will be ready to make a motion for, or I can make a motion to go for staff recommendation as mentioned, as defined by the staff report.
All right, thank you. Is there a second on that? Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second on that. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Just want to keep it short, and this is good to see us taking this urgency proposal here, but I just want to mention, as far as, I understand that there's certain fees that have to be paid, and, for maintenance and operation of the facility, but when we pass a bond, the community is paying for this bond, so they're not getting a free ride to use this, and hopefully, if it is the majority of our residents that are using it, there's fees associated with the number of use or percentage of groups of residents that are part of that association or a group. I don't know if I think we have something similar to that here as we do at the district level, school district level, but definitely I would say that the bonds are being paid by the community, and so I don't see, the people using this and getting a free ride per se.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I was on the board of Konakai Swim and Racket Club, and maintaining pools is extremely expensive. All of the electricity and for the pumps and the gas for heating the pools and the chemicals, very expensive. So it's not just a matter of constructing the pool, but it's a matter of maintaining the pool and building up reserves. The city never built up reserves to repair things when they failed. But I took a tour with Carolyn McDowell, and I really appreciate all the work he did on this, and including Director Sparacino, to come up with this wonderful solution. So I am very supportive of this. I think it's a very effective use of our money. And what I heard from the swim clubs was that canopy structure, that viewing area, is kind of unique among venues for swimming, and it's a wonderful place for people to sit and watch their kids swim at meets. So I don't think that we would be able to reproduce as good a viewing area as we have here. So I'm fully in favor of this, and I believe it'll take 5 votes because of the budget amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes. I want to thank staff again for working with the community to make sure that we've got a good solution. I know that the swim club will continue to pay back the city in champions and good programs for our residents. I think that today has been a very big day for acknowledging history and contributions from the past, and I think that this is one of the organizations that we should be looking at. I hear time and time again that people are complaining about, well, we don't use the swim center. Why are we talking about the swim center when we have so many other issues? And I just want to remind people that the reason that we talk about the George F. Haynes International Swim Center is because not only the history to the city of Santa Clara, people think the stadium put us on the map. No, the stadium underlined us on the map, but we were already on the map. There are a lot of people in the world who already come to Santa Clara to see something. They've heard of Santa Clara for other reasons. And the bigger issue is, if all the other things were being taken care of in the last 20, 30 years, no one would be complaining at all that we were trying to maintain the George F. Haynes International Swim Center. Nobody would be complaining a single bit, not even knowing how many people use it, if we didn't have other concerns, if there weren't other capital infrastructure projects that weren't being taken care of, if we were able to maintain the great things that we had in the city, including Great America. I mean, I just went to Great America opening day, and I do understand people have these concerns because they're hearing about the International Swim Center, and we're losing so many other things in the city. I think that we need to look at, we need to build up reserves, as Councilmember Jane said, but we need long-term ways to maintain the assets of our city. I mean, we can't afford more bond measures. Bond measures shouldn't be necessary. If we could have reserved just 1% of our budget for maintenance of capital projects, I don't think we would have needed any of this. If we had, at the time of the building, the construction of the ISC, looked at some of the issues with the construction, same thing happened with the locker rooms and the showers. If we had done that, if we had done due diligence, and I'm looking forward to Director Sparacino, I've heard really good things, and I expect really good things. But if we had done our basic work, a lot of this wouldn't be necessary. And I share the concerns that other people have, but 100% support of the International Swim Center. But again, we need to make sure that we silence the criticisms that we're getting, not by spending as much money as we can, but making sure that all of our capital projects, all of the assets that our city needs to support and fund and maintain are being maintained, so that the ISC, something that nobody should be complaining about, is a source of pride and joy, not something that we look at as taking monies away from other parts of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say I'm in favor of the staff recommendation, and I don't take it lightly because this is an urgent, we're asking for a resolution declaring an urgency that we've not used, that in my recollection in the past. The fact that this center has been closed for so long, and we have a swimming community. We have our community members that use the ISC, and I feel terrible that it's been closed for this long period of time. And I think of all of the children who haven't been able to learn how to swim during this time period, and others, because it's a health and safety issue for me. The fact that these kids are not getting their water safety as they should have, that we have provided in the past, that we have our seniors that use that as a way to exercise and keep healthy. And for the last, couple, almost a year and a half, going forward, that they haven't been able to exercise and keep healthy for the swim center, and all the kids that use it for fun and play, as well as our competitive teams, the diving team, the artistic swimming, our swim teams, everything. It's just been such a huge loss. And when I was walking precincts for Measure I, that's the first thing that our community said, I'll support it because I want a new swim center. That was the first thing that anybody ever wanted to talk about, because I don't think, you realize how important it is to the community until it's gone. And when it's gone, people are just really, upset because they rely on that. So it's the only reason I'm supporting this urgency matter, because it is urgent in our community. It is urgent that we have to get this body of water that has meant so much to so many of us for all these different reasons back online. I also wanted to point out we received a letter from USA Diving and from the president of USA Diving, saying that this project represents an extraordinary opportunity to not only restore the legacy of the historic aquatic venue, but to provide a world-class facility that serves the local community, athletes, and competitive teams at the highest level. And then they're offering their assistance in any way possible to help us through this. So I think not only the Santa Clara community, this has been a huge loss, but to the international community as well. From all of our Olympians and others who have developed a legacy here in Santa Clara. And I want that to continue. We all, many of us grew up with it. We want to have our future Olympians, and just keeping, kids busy and healthy. And I can't think of a more healthy sport than swimming for everyone of all ages. So let's get this going, get it moving, get the phase 2 going as well, so we have the full project, and making it a real community effort to get the phase 2, going. And I also agree that seating is something that My son was a swimmer, not at a very high level, but I've been to many aquatic parks, and nobody has that kind of seating that's super great. So let's get it going, moving. I want to thank staff for coming up with this urgency to get us moving, and let's cut a year off of the process and get everybody back in the water. So we have a motion and a second. No, I'm sorry, we've closed the public already. Apologize.
Councilmember Park has a hand up.
He spoke already, so let's get going.
I just want to say that time and inattentiveness make all important things urgent, and I think that we need to think about this. We shouldn't have needed an urgency declaration 40 years after the pool was built.
Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Get to work now, okay. Not tonight, tomorrow. Start tomorrow. All right, we have one more item. We're going to get through that now so that we can go home. Thank you. All right, next we have update on Measure I, Santa Clara's Public Facilities and Infrastructure Bond Measure Work Plan, Implementation Schedule, and request for direction on the appointment process and terms for the Measure I Bond Compliance Oversight Committee. City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This evening's presentation provides an overview of the city's early planning efforts for implementing the Measure I bond program. It builds on the informational presentation that you received last week during your priority setting process. Once the City Council receives this presentation, we will ask you for direction on key items related to the selection and formation of the Bond Oversight Committee. I'll now turn the presentation over to Liz Klotz, an Assistant City Manager, to deliver the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, or almost good night. City Council, Liz Klotz, Assistant City Manager. There will be some redundancy today because we did cover some high level, but for the public, I do want to kind of go over some of the additional slides again. So for the public, as in November, the Santa Clara voters approved Measure I, which is a $400 million bond to support capital infrastructure improvements throughout the city. In this presentation, we will go into detail about Measure I and its requirements to help ensure transparency and accountability for our residents and the work efforts that we have underway. We understand that this is a multi-year effort, and so we want to make sure we get our processes in place to ensure that we can build efficiencies and be effective. So, oops, let me go back. This is our expenditure plan summary that you've seen. This encapsulates the categories that we will be spending the bond funding under. So there's fire stations and emergency response, parks, libraries, senior center, and aquatics, storm drain system improvements, police facilities, streets and transportation, and historic buildings and beautification. The next few slides detail the specific projects in each of the categories in which the bond proceeds may be expended. We will not go into detail. I will highlight a few on each of the slides. The budget for each of these includes the construction and project costs. We have built in a 15% budget contingency that will address contingency costs, escalating costs, and also administrative costs for the city. So on this first slide, we have streets and transportation. This includes repaving efforts, ADA improvements, trail rehabs. For fire stations and emergency response, we have some fire station replacements and renovations. For public facilities, we have the public police training facility, an emergency operations center, and also a drone first responders infrastructure to be built. As for parks, library, senior center, and aquatics facilities, the big one, obviously we just covered, is the ISC renovation. But also it is included as renovation or expansion of our 3 libraries, and also park improvements at various city parks. Under storm drain system improvements, we have storm drain system improvements, and then also pump station repairs and various items for storm drains. And then for historic buildings and beautification, we have renovations of our historic buildings, but we also have the Triton Museum improvement, which will likely be in our first phase because they do need a roof repair or replacement. All right, so our ordinance included a transparency and accountability plan. And this plan ensures that there is that the city will be administering the bond proceeds in a public manner and in good faith for the public to see. I'm going to summarize some of the items that were in this plan. First, it was a voter-approved expenditure plan that all our projects must be categorized or relate to the spending in those plans. The process for substantive amendments to the expenditure plan requires staff recommendation, input and consideration from the Oversight Committee, and unanimous approval of the City Council. We will be forming an Oversight Committee to ensure compliance with bond requirements and provide input on any proposed expenditure plan amendment. Bond expenditures are subject to annual audits, and these will be presented to the committee and also to the Council Audit Committee. So there will be oversight on the auditing in two fronts. There are strict prohibitions on the use of these bond proceeds. They cannot go to Levi's Stadium improvements, any project that could benefit Levi's Stadium or sole benefit of Levi's Stadium, any improvement within a half a mile of the stadium, except for improvements that are direct benefits to the residential neighborhoods. And there can be no direct or indirect benefit to any professional sports team. Funds can only be used for public infrastructure projects serving the city of Santa Clara. All bond proceeds are to be deposited into separate accounts and tracked on a project-by-project basis. And no bond proceeds are to be used for employee salaries or benefits, except for the 5% that can go to project management and delivery costs. Oh, I have another slide. There'll be annual presentations on the expenditure plan and the project status to both the committee and the City Council. And for projects requiring mail notice, they will be issued within 1,000 feet of the project site. Enhanced communications there'll be an enhanced communications program that includes the city webpage and also public signage provided at our project sites. All right, so 2 teams have been formed to support the implementation measure. We are currently, the first team includes the capital projects program manager, the director of public works, and the finance director. We are recruiting for the capital projects program manager. This job closes in the next couple of weeks. This position will be responsible to coordinate across multiple departments, manage project objectives, priorities, schedules, and budgets. They will also be responsible for presenting to both the committee and to the City Council. We also have formed a bond administration team that includes the finance director, bond counsel, which is Jones Hall, our municipal advisor, public financial management. Both Jones Hall and public financial management were instrumental in assisting with the Measure I development and the preparation of our bond documents. And they also provided financial assumption and analysis for the actual measure. This team will ensure that we will remain in legal compliance with all of our bond requirements. The city is in the process of recruiting for a bond compliance oversight committee. This recruitment ends on April 29th. The committee is responsible for monitoring project alignment with the expenditure plan, reviewing annual audits, also providing input on proposed plan and amendments, and informing the public. The committee will consist of 9 members, 7 residents, 1 large business, 1 small business, and it's selected by lottery and confirmed by the City Council. We have done this lottery process in the past with our redistricting committee. Basically, we assigned everybody a number into a bingo basket, and that's how we picked it out. And so we can go over that process if we have any other questions about that. While there aren't minimum qualifications other than being a resident or a business owner, the members will be trained on their fiduciary responsibilities. They will also be trained under Brown Act and conflict of interest. We have the city attorney's office evaluating whether we should have them be Form 700 filers as well. Okay, so we do need some council direction on a couple of items. So while our ordinance requires that 7 residents may be chosen by lottery, it doesn't designate if they should be at large or by district. And for most of our commissions and our bodies, we have district representatives for each of the residents. And so we would like some council input on whether they would like it to be district-based, where 6 of the members would be chosen by district, and then the one would be a citywide seat, or have all of them selected at large. So that's one decision point. The next one is term limits. So there is no discussion of term limits in the ordinance. And so we have suggested proposing a term structure similar to our commissions and the city council, which would make them eligible to serve 2 full 4-year terms. For continuity and to ensure that all the seats don't vacate at once, we would recommend staggering those seats, having half of them served 2-year terms and the other half serve 4-year terms. I split it by odds and evens. This is just by way of example. You guys can decide if you want to do the structure or not, or how you want to maybe distribute those seats. Okay, so applications today, as of 2 p.m. today, we have about 8 applications. You can see we have a pretty wide, variety of applications by district. And then we have 1 small business. We probably can go out and recruit a little bit more and see if any other small businesses might be interested. And we have 3 large business so far. All right, as for the bond issuance process, the bonds will be issued in multiple phases to comply with IRS regulations that require the funds to be spent in 3-year windows. While there is some flexibility that you can have a little bit more time to spend those dollars, the city will need to develop a plan that to ensure that they expect to spend those dollars within that 3-year window. Phase 1 will begin with a project identification, including cost estimates and project timeline. We'll have oversight committee review and confirmation of the expenditure plan compliance, and then we'll have council approve the Phase 1 projects. The city council will also need to adopt a resolution authorizing a tax levy for incorporation into the upcoming property tax roll. We expect to bring that resolution in June of this year. As also presented last week, we have created a capital projects delivery strategy that categorizes all the projects in the expenditure plan into 3 different types. There are type 1, which are design-ready projects. These are projects that are ready to proceed right after design and can be funded for construction. These are the type of projects for roadway paving, trail rehabs, and then ADA. We also have projects that are at the conceptual design level and require additional time to finalize and design the plans. And these include park improvements, pump stations, and some fire stations. Type 3 require planning and feasibility studies before it can go out for design. These are the type of facilities like our historic properties renovation, because we have not studied our historic properties to figure out what renovations we would want for them. Our police training facility requires some additional feasibility analysis before we can go out for that. And some of the park projects that we haven't specifically identified the type of improvements that we would be doing out there. All right, so staff is actively developing the proposed project list for Phase 1. And it's going to include projects from all 3 delivery types, so we can kind of phase all the projects through the first 3 years. Staff were also evaluating staffing needs and delivery models to ensure that we have adequate resources to be able to deliver on those projects. We're also in the process of forming the committee and preparing to train them before June. So here's our Phase 1 schedule. We expect to have the lottery selection and confirmation of the bond compliance oversight committee in May. The Bond Compliance Oversight Committee review and confirmation of the expenditure plan for the first phase of the projects would occur in May or between May and June. And then council approval of phase 1 projects would happen in June, and a resolution would be brought forward for the tax levy would also be brought to the council in June. By Q4, which is October, November, December, we expect to have our first bond issuance at that point. All right, and so this brings us to our recommendation, is to note and file the report, but also we would like to know if the council would like to act and have criteria on whether the city should select its residents by district or at large, and if we should impose term limits, a 4-year term limit with a staggered approach as stated in the recommendation. All right, any questions?
Thank you, thank you for that report. Questions from the council? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was just wondering when I was looking through this and reading, what would we do if someone resigned or left the city or whatever in the midterm? It didn't say so. Is there going to be are they going to have a pick their own chair of this committee? And what staff or staff members would be supporting this is what I wanted to understand. I will say for the record that I really like the idea of choosing someone by lottery from each district and then taking all those that applied that did not get chosen and put that in and choose one more at large. I like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox.
I guess I wanted clarification again. This is a lottery process, and I think that is essential. I don't think that it is on our priorities tonight to really talk about qualifications, because as you said, there's going to be no minimum qualifications. I think first I'd like to express a little bit of concern about that when we're talking about $400 million of the public's money. I absolutely think there are ways to anonymously screen a little bit of the skill set that people bring in while still making it a lottery process. However, if we're moving forward in this direction, I'd like a little bit more information about what training and authority the committee will have. I hear that you said we would do Brown Act training, conflict of interest, et cetera, but we're really talking about huge sums of money. And so bringing people in with no background in, that economic development piece of it, city infrastructure, means that we're either doing a significant amount of training for people without this background, or that we can hit the ground running. So I would like to know if there's any room for considerations of qualifications in a lottery process. But again, I do understand that there are really concerns about making sure that we're not selecting the people that, the majority just wants. And so I hear both sides of that, but I think it's worth considering when we really have the public's trust to consider.
Thank you. I would like to say that I think that the lottery should be divided by district, like we did with the districts when we were creating the districts, and that and then the at-large with whoever's left. I'm curious. I didn't really see any outreach. I don't know what the outreach is for this. I saw for the committee, I received an email, but what has the outreach been for businesses? Because I would like to know about that. And whether we screen them or maybe we end up expanding the committee, maybe a couple more members, put a financial advisor and an accountant or something on the committee, and then we, can select them maybe by interest by outreach. But I'm also concerned about if we're not going to really, otherwise we have to really train them, not just for Brown Act and conflict of interest, but for financial issues and economic issues. So it's either extensive training or we put some members on, or we have, staff members that, and I'd rather put maybe other members. I know our staff has a lot to do, so, but make sure they have the resources to do that. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was the timeline that you gave us for putting projects in the phases, like I guess the first tranche of projects, and the staff's going to bring them forward. I don't want this to be a staff-driven selection. This should be a council and a public-driven selection of projects. And we didn't do a lot of outreach before we went out for this bond. But now I think it's important that we include the public on what the public thinks should go first. And then we can make our decisions as council members. I just don't want it to come from staff to say, these are the projects we think should come first, and then we just approve them. That's not the way this should work at all. So I think, and you have a June timeline for us to do that, that's going to be pretty tight if we're going to engage the public. So I don't see any public engagement process in the, and I know that's not part of the, I don't believe it's part of the recommendation tonight, but I just want to give input on that we have to have a public engagement process, and these priorities should come from the public as well. Council Member Park.
So I'm going to echo Vice Mayor Cox's concerns about the lottery process. I actually went to the opening of the police substation in District 1, and I talked to a number of residents, and some of the residents actually, and two in particular, and one I had an extended conversation with, had put their names in. And they do have big backgrounds. They've got backgrounds in being accountants and CPAs. They've talk about this is a really big project. And the fact that it's being done by lottery, and if we further divide it by districts, and now we have to say that every district has to have somebody that kind of understands these issues. There were some questions brought up about, I think audit and oversight kind of go hand in hand, especially with monies as large as we're talking about. And is it possible, how could the audit committee support or be supported by the oversight committee? Looking at the applications by district to date, and large businesses have 3, small business has 1, and I really don't like processes where you have to accept the only people who apply. I think that, there must be some other ways to get qualifications into this. Again, as has been mentioned, this is a lot of money and a very important issue for the city. Maybe there's a subcommittee of the audit committee, but again, now you have to train a lot of people on backgrounds that they don't have, and there's no way of determining that. I really don't like if we have to choose from a very small pool. I would like to have some confidence that the people who are applying and the people who get selected are more than just random, but they are somewhat appropriate. They are people who understand the issues and really want something good for the city, especially when there's so many of them. I've also been told that having an oversight committee of 6, 7, 8, 9 people, that's pretty huge. They said that you really don't need that many people to be on an oversight committee. But the people, if you have fewer people, those people need to be a lot more informed about what the issues are. So I don't know what I'm going to do here, but all those concerns, they're my concerns as well. I'm not so sure that on how to fix this. I would like there to be a lot of community workshops, meaning even if we do have a committee, that oversight committee, I would like all of the meetings to be open. I would like them to be treated like workshops. I would like to see a lot more engagement and get people to come to these workshops so that they can see what's being done. And I would like the people, maybe as giving input by, as we've done, marks on a board, to be maybe another committee member. But I think there needs to be a lot more public input. But again, if they were going to have an oversight committee, I would like that committee to be very focused and qualified. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, you know, we trust staff for a lot of things. FVP has a $600 million budget. They tell us what transformers they need to install. They tell us what substations, what transmission lines should be built. Staff has to allocate resources into the various projects. I think, sure, there should be community input, but I think the original list of projects should come from staff because they know what the staff resources are. When we did the redistricting for the council districts, we had a lottery system, and the people that came to that were very dedicated and did a great job, in my opinion. The VTA has a bond oversight committee that is just regular members of the committee that volunteer, and their sole purpose is to make sure that the projects that are selected are in compliance with the ordinance to create the bond. And so that's what I expect that these people will be doing. We will have external auditors. We will have the city council audit subcommittee reviewing this. We'll have our finance director reviewing this. We will have plenty of professionals involved with this. I like the idea of having selections by district because, of course, every council member would like to have projects in their district, and we don't want to, you know, put all the projects in one district. So I think it will provide a little more fairness about what projects get built in which districts. And I like the staggering. I think the staggering is a great idea so that we don't have them all removed. And I do agree with Councilmember Hardy about we have to figure out what to do if there's a resignation and such. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I remember correctly, during the district ones, there was some alternates.
Yeah, we did.
Alternates?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
had alternates. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay, so is there any member of the public that would like to talk about oh, sorry, Councilmember Gonzalez. I just saw your name.
I was going to wait. It's more of a comment,
Okay.
but definitely, I would just say that as far as my experience with the Bond Oversight Committee that the school district has had for, gosh, probably about 30 years now. You know, they have different folks, mostly at-large people, sometimes from the bona fide taxpayers group, you know, a parent organization, a school district organization, and businesses as well. So I think our lottery process would be fine. I think if we start limiting it to people with masters and CPAs and things like this, it's going to be an issue of equity. I think there's residents in Santa Clara that own homes, that pay taxes and don't have maybe some of the qualifications that we want to see. I concur with Councilmember Jane as far as this is basically a transparent oversight committee that's looking at what the bonds are being spent, the bond money is being spent on, and not somebody who's making policy or bringing projects forward. That's something that staff is going to do in coordination with the city council. So I see this as a transparency method for people to see where the money is being spent on this bond measure, not somebody who's, you know, like I said, making policy. So I think that the lottery district function that we're looking at is fine. I think limiting it to certain qualifications, I think would be very, very detrimental to maybe the transparency that we're trying to get, and would limit some of the access that residents that should be on the committee, you know, might not be allowed to serve. And the thing I just mentioned is, as we build capacity in the district, in the city, you know, I think we have to work with residents where they're at, not just those residents who are always at the city council meetings, but some that you know, might find it difficult. So how we structure and, you know, date and time of these meetings would be important as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Liz, for the presentation and giving us the roadmap timeline, basically. and other aspects of using the bond money. I do agree that we should have the representation on the Compliance Oversight Committee as per the districts. And we had past experience, which has gone well. And district-wise, basically spreads out the representation of the committee among all parts of the city. And that helps us getting good representation geographically also. As regards, like I'm also divided among my other council members, like having a representation from lottery by default, like no pre-selection, or having a selection like we pick up our commission members, council picks them up. But if the staff is putting in a lot of efforts to train these compliance oversight committee members in different aspects, like what oversight they need to do, what is the financial knowledge they need to, they don't need to be a full-fledged CPA to get onto the committee, but at least they have some basic knowledge about the finance. And if the staff is ready to train them, I feel confident that our residents, as in the past, our residents have done a great job in districting the city and on charter review committees. Those were technical topics, and they really picked it up well. And I think the residents, whosoever gets onto these committees, if they don't feel confident going forward, and they will probably leave or leave a room for alternates to step in. But my suggestion would be, if we do it as per districts, we should pick an alternate for each district right away, so that and we can put a time limit on that, whether that limit will be 6 months or an year. How long that validity of those alternate members would be, we can decide on that. But I would highly suggest we should have an alternate member right away for all the positions, basically. And I know that 29th April is the last date for this application. If we need to advertise it more going further, or if we want to include what we are talking about today, that this committee will involve, make it a little bit more details what is expected of the committee members, we can extend that date and advertise it and to the city residents and other businesses going forward. So those are my comments, but I'll be ready to support the motion for district-wise, and also the spreading up of the term limits for odd and even the way staff has recommended. I'm okay with that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
I'm sorry, I'll be brief. I just want to respond to some of the other council members' suggestions about this. I think that this philosophically, as somebody who came from a commission, we're talking about empowering our public with the ability to be change makers in our community. And I think that's a big deal. I think that there is opportunity there to not just have a checkbox system and say, staff's going to bring your recommendations, staff's going to do the work, you're going to get to say yes or no if it complied with this. So I think that when I heard the mayor's comments about, letting them bring things forward, while I understand there's resources to consider, there's finances, that should be a collaborative effort. But I do believe that if you take away anybody's ability to consider bigger picture things, I've been on commissions that are not exciting because it was essentially me saying yes or no to what the staff recommended. There was an opportunity to consider like a bigger vision. I do think that there would be huge need right now to get a larger pool, because what do we have, 25 applicants total in the city, and that certainly is not representative of our diverse community. So this probably should have been something we were talking about a while ago, how this committee was going to form. But if we do want people making decisions and being participants in our government, which I think is valuable, I think there needs to be some minimum standard of qualifications before they hit the ground running.
Okay, thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Do we have anybody online? Okay, Councilmember Park?
Yes, so I'm looking at the role of the Bond Compliance Citizens Oversight Committee, which is ensure that project implementation is consistent with all bond measure requirements, including the terms of expenditure plan. Review and report on annual audits. Review and provide recommendations to the City Council on any proposed amendment to the expenditure plan, and there's a link to the expenditure plan, to inform the public concerning the expenditure of bond proceeds. And again, I hear a lot of things about empowering the residents, empowering people on making decisions. And I hear a lot of different ideas on council, but I would like to hear from staff what exactly the role of the Bond Compliance Citizens Oversight Committee is. I'm hearing that it shouldn't be projects. They should be able to choose projects without commenting on simply being commenting on staff recommendations. But when I read the role of the Bond Compliance Citizens Oversight Committee on our website, and I look at the bond issuance process, which is identification of projects for phase 1, staff estimates costs and project timeline, oversight committee review and confirmation of expenditure plan compliance. That's the line, that's the only line that's here. And when I go into more detail, I don't get anything that talks about selecting projects. In some cases, in some ways, that makes me a little bit more comfortable. But at the same time, if the idea is to give residents some voice on what the project should be, then there needs to be a clearly delineated, this is what they're going to do, this is how they're going to do it. I don't see that right now. I do agree. I think that we need more than, the applications to date. I mean, District 1 has 3 people, and 2 of those people are going to be on the committee, one as a primary, one as an alternate. We have small business 1, large business 3. At some point, I think if we're going to split everything up to make things fair, then we need a lot more applications. We need a lot more applicants than this. I don't have a problem delaying a little bit to get a better process, but I think that if we're going to do a delay, I want to know how we're going to improve getting the word out to get more applicants. But right now, I don't know that I can go forward with what's in front of me with the applications by district to date, and without understanding what the full role would be if it's something other than what's listed on the website. Thank you.
Okay, I think that this was probably quickly put together to go out, because I feel, and this is my opinion, we're behind schedule on this. So I think it was put out kind of quickly, but at the same time, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is a public process. We need the public's input. We need the Bond Oversight Committee to look at the projects and make recommendations to us. I think we should have recommendations from the public, from the Bond Oversight Committee, looking at the projects, which one should go first. This is our community's money. They're going to be paying into these projects. They supported these projects. We sold them this deal. So they have to be a part of it. If you just make the committee a rubber stamp, if you just bring the staff recommendation, say, here you are, all you can do is say yes or no to these projects, and you come to the council and we're just doing this in a vacuum without the community, it's not going to be universally accepted. We have to make the community a part of it. And so I know we're not voting on that tonight. We're voting on just the committee and the setup and everything else. But I'm going to challenge all of my council members and my colleagues here, get the word out. Use your social media, use your networks, talk to people and say, hey, sign up for this committee, this oversight committee. This is important for the future of our city. So let's all work together and get the word out, because I think that we can improve these numbers. We can get good people that want to serve. But like Vice Mayor Cox said, if they're going to serve, we got to give them a meaningful, mode of service to look at projects. There's a lot of projects here. I can look at them and say, wow, I'd like some of them, to move forward rather than others. I want to be able to say, hey, here's a park. This is, we can put our signs up. This is Measure I Bonds, did this for your park. I mean, we can pave roads and put little signs on the road, but other than that, and I know the ready projects are all the road projects, right? They're all ready to go, and that's fine too, but we need to get feedback. The swim center obviously is going to be one of the first projects, which is great because that is the project most people talked about during the campaign, was that project. But what about the parks? What about the fire stations? We got a lot of fire stations to build. Where are we going to push them back? Are we going to bring one forward, like Fire Station 5 that needs it the most? I mean, that's the kind of thing we need to talk about with our community. And I expect all of our departments that the library is going to come back with some plan, and maybe they're not ready now, but they're going to be ready very soon. But let's tell our public, hey, the libraries, that's going to be ongoing. Public safety is important to people. When are we going to get those online? Other things happen. So all I'm saying is I don't want to be the one deciding which projects go first without the community input, because without the community input, none of this matters. And I know staff is they're the ones that are going to tell us the projects, but we can take that recommendation, but the community has to get back to us on this. And that's what's missing from all of this. So please put that in there. And I'm in favor of moving ahead with the districts, just like we did with the Charter Review Committee, have the city clerk pull the names online so everybody sees it. I remember last time Hassan pulled the name, everybody knew what was there, and he pulled the alternates. And but let's get out there and advertise this to our community and get people to respond and to put their names in and their applications. And let's make it a community effort and get people excited about it, because really, at the end of the day, this is really exciting for us that we're going to be able to build all of these projects, over time. This is a big positive for us, so let's not keep it to ourselves. All right. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Hardy.
I'm willing to make a motion. I wondered the recommendation from the staff, but I wondered if under approve the criteria on 2A, if we needed to add and choosing an alternate.
Sure. If I can, there were a number of questions from council that we did not go through. I know staff is ready to respond and engage in that dialogue. So with that, let me first say that I think we've heard almost unanimously a support for a district-based lottery system whereby we first have a lottery system picked by the city clerk like we did last time in a very public forum. And then after the district representatives have been chosen, we choose the at-large seat. Totally understand. Next, there were, actually with that, let me step up on the balcony for a minute and say staff is absolutely committed to public engagement and within the process. In a minute, I want to talk a little bit about what the ordinance says and how it begins with the staff recommendation and provide a little articulation on the why. There were very good questions asked about what happens if a committee person resigns, as well as picking an alternate. In your action tonight, you can add direction on an alternate. Certainly, it's been recommended that when we have the lottery process, we pick an alternate. At that time, you can choose another method. For example, you can select one member to sit in the seat, and then should that member vacate, you could have a process where you go back to the lottery, and as long as half of the term is not expired, you could have a new lottery, or you could simply pick an alternate right at the beginning. But there's an option there. I think that there's a simpler path forward, as we've talked about. Also, it was mentioned who picks the chair. For most of our other bodies, we allow the committee or commission to pick the chair. There's nothing prohibiting the council. The ordinance says the members have to be selected by lottery. There's nothing prohibiting the council from selecting the chair, but your typical process has been for you allow the committee to select the chair. I only mention that because there were a lot of conversations tonight and questions around criteria for service on the committee. Just to be very clear, the ordinance does not outline criteria. I know in my professional experience in other agencies, as well as some of the discussions that were had around this, there's oftentimes a general desire not to have criteria for oversight committees like this because, one, the duties are fairly defined. And in general, there's a thought of, hey, you know what? If someone cares about their community and they raise their hand to participate, the city has professional staff, we have auditors, we can supplement that, but there's oftentimes a desire to say, you know what? We're not going to preclude someone who's been an amazing community servant or someone who raises their hand because they're not an accountant, because they haven't done X, because they haven't done Y. That doesn't mean that their opinion's not valued. And so that's typically why I think most bond oversight committees don't have hard criteria and why it was not embedded within this one. And again, there is staff support and we have auditors. We have a process to support the committee. Yes, and the city attorney has
Just quickly on that too, and I know riffing a little on the concept of training, it is specifically required in the measure itself that members appointed to the bond compliance COC shall receive education and training about bonds and fiscal oversight. So yes, Brown Act, yes, conflict of interest rules, but there actually is specific affirmative obligation to train them on those matters, and we'll of course do that with qualified people.
Right. Next, there were a lot of comments around, this is $400 million. It's a very important role. I do want to just step back and say that the core implementation work for these projects will be done by your professionalized staff. For these very large capital projects, we have to follow our purchasing and procurement practices. We need project managers for these. As we've noted, we're currently recruiting for a professional capital bond program manager to provide strategic oversight because this is a multi-year process. And so know that will be embedded within everything we do here. Also important to note that for the specific projects, there will be significant community engagement. For example, a lot of these are park projects, right? Design at Warburton Park and Earl Carmichael Park. With all of our projects, there is community engagement and neighborhood meetings around what will be the play components and things like that. And so the committee's role is to help determine what projects go first, as well as to confirm that the projects that are being recommended comply with the expenditure plan. As I note the expenditure plan, it is very important that we continue to recognize that when Measure I went out to the community, we were very specific on where this money would go, right? And so by that very nature, what the bond committee reviews and recommends is constrained because we want to keep the intent that we provided to voters. Now, there is a mechanism within the ordinance that if we change from this expenditure plan, it does require unanimous approval from all 7 city council seats, right? So that does not mean that staff could not recommend or the bond committee could not say, hey, it's not on the expenditure plan, but there's this really important project that we think the community wants to do. They can make that recommendation. It will come to you as a body. But really the core is keeping to the intent of the expenditure plan that the city council adopted and that was heavily talked about during the Measure I campaign and conversations. There was a question with regard to the outreach process to businesses, and I'll turn that over to Liz Klotz to articulate.
Yeah, I have to double check with comms, but the plan was to send out the recruitment to everyone that has a business license in the city. So all the businesses that have licenses with the city should be getting emails with that information. I will have to confirm with comms just to make sure. And also on the recruitment, we have 3 more weeks left, so I do encourage you to reach out to your communities, maybe through your own channels, newsletters, things like that. I will also make sure we get flyers out to our library and our community centers and see if residents who come in might be interested in picking up a flyer and learning about this opportunity as well.
Yeah. There were a few comments about a council member having concern with a process where we have to appoint who applies. I would say, unfortunately, if that is a concern, the ordinance that the council unanimously adopted called for a lottery process, right? And I know the council had conversations around that, and there were concerns about whatever the majority on council was at the time dictating who was on the committee. And so this council elected for a lottery process, and I think, and I know in discussions of that really talked about a prior lottery process that the city ran and thought that process went well. All meetings will be open to the public. This will be a Brown Act body, and so know that will occur. There were a number of questions related to the specific role of the Oversight Committee that is mentioned in the ordinance and on page 2, which is to ensure that the projects align with all bond measure requirements, including the expenditure plan, review and report on the annual audits. And so they do not need to be experts or accountants to review the audit. Our audits are done by independent audit professionals. They will have staff there that will walk them through in detail what the audit says. But their core role is to make sure that audits are done, to provide a recommendation to the city council that all proceeds meet the requirements of the Measure I ordinance that was voted on by voters. And then also to make recommendations based on the projects that are put before them. Important note, we've talked about that a lot tonight, is that the community should be involved. And there were some concerns mentioned around this committee being a rubber stamp for the staff recommendation. I will say that the ordinance says explicitly that the project recommendations begin with staff. That's not in there so that it's a rubber stamp, but it is in there because it is important for staff to provide some information. Let's talk about fire stations because that was brought up, right? A number of fire stations here. To just have a community process to say what fire station should go first is professionally not the best recommendation, because we need to be mindful of fire response times, what fire stations can be out, how does that impact? We can't take down all the fire stations at one time. And so when we bring the recommendation to the committee, we will bring them the fire department's analysis and an informed recommendation of, here's the age of the facilities, here are the condition assessments. Staff is recommending that we begin with this fire station because of X. This will have an impact on response times, but our plan to mitigate that is Y. And so that's, for example, one of the reasons why it's beginning with the staff recommendation. And there'll be dialogue, and the committee may say, you know what, we don't agree with that recommendation. Staff, can you think about X? And we will go back and think about X and then come back to the committee if necessary. Also important to note that when we talk about the projects that will be in phase 1, as we break out the projects between those 3 types that we talked about, the reality is we can't work on every project in phase 1. The reality is also that some of the most, the projects that we know will require the greatest amount of public engagement, we need to do preliminary conceptual design work on. And so there will be in phase 1, conceptual design money, not large amounts, but conceptual design money on various projects that were very conceptual, right? make improvements at all 3 libraries. Those improvements are not identified. Improve historical properties. Those properties that will be improved are not identified. Have a police training facility. There's some thoughts around where that police training facility will be and how large it will be, but a lot of work needs to be done. And so in phase 1, what we will be recommending is a number of projects, funding for a number of projects where we can do some what's called conceptual feasibility work. And then for phase 2 funding, the community input will actually be more robust because then we'll have more information to say, you know what, we should begin on this project versus that project. But we have to begin with bringing some definition to some of these that were needs but not identified. I just want to make sure that I believe that captures.
While you're looking for that, I'm going to make a correction to a statement I made earlier on an issue raised by the mayor that we were both concerned with. Mayor, I did raise, like you raised tonight, the question about the reimbursement resolution. And I'm sorry, I misconstrued the answer from our bond counsel. The fact of the matter is that that resolution was, an equivalent of that resolution was adopted with respect to the intended expenditure plan at the time we put this on the ballot. So the reimbursement resolution that authorizes expenditures in accordance with the plan was acted on, already. So we're not going to need.
We did. Can you give me a copy of that?
I'll send you the thing that bond counsel put together for that and make sure you have it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Fair. And my last comment is there's been a number of comments and I think robust discussion tonight around ensuring that the committee has enough time to process through the staff recommendations and the information that staff gives them around the phase 1 projects. I want to say while we presented to you a timeline of that decision being made by July, we can modify that schedule. And the precise projects, decisions do not have to be made by July. What actually really needs to be made by July is the amount of the first bond phase so that we can inform the county in July how large of a tax to levy in the 25-26 bond, right? Now, there's some science in that because we don't want to levy too much and have too big of a phase that we can't execute, but there's some flexibility in that because the county decision is not hinged upon what specific projects we're doing. It's actually hinged upon we're going to go out for bonds, and those bonds are paid for by a tax levy, and the county needs to know in July. And so we can take a look at the schedule and provide additional flexibility and feasibility. And again, there's some staff work that needs to go into that. So whatever that number is, we have enough flexibility because we don't want to come up against that 3-year timeline and then run into potential tax implications. So we want to make sure that we will be able to spend those monies within 3 years. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question on that. So the bond was approved by the voters in November, but it wasn't certified till December. So it's been 4 months since the election was certified. Are our departments working on the projects that were clearly specified in the bond? Have they started working on them so that we can get them to the point where they're ready to go, or has nothing happened since the last 4 months? Because it's been pretty quiet.
Sure. Great question. Departments have been working. Now, have they started on the projects? No, there's not bond money to start on the projects. But what we have been doing is all the preliminary work that's needed to categorize those projects into the 3 categories we talked about, to have conversations with departments around, okay, what are your needs? Fire department, we know the fire stations. What are your needs? Which ones can you begin with? What will those cycle times look like? And so we will be prepared to have an informed conversation with the committee and the council in June of this year around what projects can be in the phase 1. So those conversations have happened. I will also say that this timeline and process where we're at is actually fairly typical for November infrastructure bond projects because, again, with the county levy, county needs to know in July. That's roughly the deadline across the state, and the first proceeds from the bond sales will not come in until the first December property tax payment in 25-26. And so we do have sufficient time to get the work done so that projects aren't delayed. And absolutely, we have been working on taking a look at the projects in the expenditure plan, and that's why our Public Works Director is still here sitting in the back, because he's been leading that effort on identifying and studying those projects, and also making sure that we have some projects that are in that first category that can immediately proceed to design and get those signs out in the community as soon as possible to say thank you, voters, for approving Measure I.
Thank you. I just don't want to be 4 months more down the line and not be anywhere. So you said that you've given direction to each department to go ahead and work on their bond projects?
No, Mayor. So departments are not working on the bond projects. What we have been doing, led by the Public Works Department, is taking a look at all of the projects in the expenditure plan and putting them into the three categories. The Public Works Department has been having conversations with departments and with the projects that they are going to lead to determine what are those projects that can be in phase one that they can immediately proceed to the design phase on. And they're not shovel ready because they need some design work. But one of the things that we also talked about is that for a number of those road projects, in anticipation of Measure I, one of the things the Public Works Department did last year is that they had a larger design bucket. You council approved a design bucket for our annual pavement management program that was actually larger than the money we had, in anticipation that if the bond was approved, we could immediately put additional bond dollars to our annual pavement management program. And so you'll see that information. Work has been happening over the last 4 months, and when we come to the committee and the council in June, you will absolutely have that.
I just want to see more than road projects in phase one. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Park? And you had a motion. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Before you go, you finish your motion. I'm sorry.
I was mostly
motioning.
Mostly motioned. So I wanted to make a motion for staff recommendation, but with the addition on 2A at the end, where it says approve the criteria, so by district, all 6 districts are represented, to add as well as an alternate for each position.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second on staff recommendation with the addition of the words as well as alternate for each position. All right, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I'm all for the alternates. I mean, it's not just for when people step down, but I think that alternates are valuable when people can't make a meeting. I mean, I'm an alternate for a lot of committees, and I go to almost all of them as the alternate. But what happens if there aren't enough applicants or just enough applicants? Is there a process for something like that? Do we have a process for that? Want to also reiterate that this is not a rubber stamp. This is the rubber stamp, just like council often is on these. They're an oversight committee. It's not a primary action committee. They are responsible and accountable. My question is, what holds them accountable? How are they accountable? City Manager, you said, and I'll almost quote, that the committee's role is to decide which projects go first, as well as comply with the expenditure plan. Right, I guess I want to know what that means, because at some point that statement says a little bit more than what I'm reading on the website and what I can get from other sources. It is, again, I agree with you that, it's, I think that the people should 100% have a say on the projects that happen in their community. But at the same time, there are a lot of other issues. You've mentioned fire stations and response times and other things like that, which I'm sure they'll be given guidance on. But I mean, it happens right here on this council where council members who don't have backgrounds in a lot of issues. I mean, a lot of people say, well, I've been on planning, I've been on civil service. Well, being on planning commission even for 8 years doesn't really replace a planning degree, doesn't really replace working on planning projects where you see a lot of different things. And my concern is that we've got people who think that experience and background isn't necessary to make decisions. And I want to be sure that if it's an oversight committee, that what we're seeing on the website, which is, I'll read again, ensure that project implementation is consistent with all bond measure requirements, including the terms of the expenditure plan, review and report on annual audits, Review and provide recommendations to the City Council on any proposed amendment to the expenditure plan. To inform the public concerning the expenditure of bond proceeds is there. But when you say that the committee's role is to decide which projects go first, I'm kind of conflicted. Now I don't know exactly what the plan should be or what the role should be, and not trying to take anyone's role away, but very concerned about, giving abilities that aren't well-defined someplace. I don't see anything that talks about accountability.
Sure. So through the mayor, what I did was read from the staff report, and when I said it is the committee's role to decide what projects go first. I can't remember if those were the precise words, but what I followed up with that is, and make a recommendation to the council, and then the council makes the final determination. And so staff will provide a recommendation to the committee for the Phase 1 bond projects. We will articulate the why behind that recommendation. There will also be flexibility built into that. The committee will review that, and they will provide feedback to the City Council. They can provide a recommendation to the City Council. That said, when it comes to the City Council, it is the City Council's final determination in what projects are in Phase 1 or any phase. And that is a majority council decision. Now, to change anything that is in the expenditure plan will require unanimous council decision. I hope that is clear. They will not solely determine what projects are in Phase 1. They will provide feedback and potentially a recommendation to the City Council, but it will be the City Council's determination.
Okay.
Yeah, so comments about that. First of all, when you say it requires a unanimous council decision to change things in the expenditure plan, that's the expenditure plan put forth by staff?
No, so before the City Council voted to put Measure I on the ballot, there was a request from the City Council that we have a very explicit expenditure plan that detailed projects, not just project categories. And so that's the list that we reviewed to you tonight. That's the list that's attached to the ordinance. It's a total of, including bond issuance and contingency and administration, $399 million. And so to spend money in any area that's not on the expenditure plan will require, as per the ordinance, a recommendation from staff, a review of that by the Oversight Committee, and unanimous support from the City Council.
Okay, do you have any other comments? Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so I did ask questions about what if we don't get enough applications? I mean, we have 3 weeks. I'm going to try very hard. You'll see that my district has the highest number of applicants. But, I mean, what if we don't get this? What are the contingencies?
So right now, you have more than 2 applicants. Actually, you have more than 3 applicants for all the district seats. And so what I understand the motion to be is to select by lottery, which is required by the ordinance, 1 person for each district as well as an alternate. So there is enough in the residential applicants to have a lottery-based system by district to select 1 person plus an alternate. And then we would pull everyone that's left that wasn't selected as the primary or an alternate and select 1 person from there for a citywide seat. Now, for the large business and small business, there are, how many people I know there's 1 person from a small business, but is there 3 or 4 applicants right now?
There's 3 from the large business and 1 from the small businesses, so that's where we need to really focus on our efforts.
And so we need more small business representatives to have an effective lottery there. And so we've discussed redoubling our outreach efforts on the staff side, as well as council members are certainly free to advertise and encourage people to apply. But in order, yes, to do an effective lottery for the small business, we need additional small business reps.
Understood. And mathematically, if you want to get a good lottery system, then at some point you should have a better chance of losing than winning. And if we do that, then it's N choose 2. And if we look at N choose 2, N should be at least 4, more likely 5. And that's for every category here. So again, if people tell me that this is sufficient, we're not going to look at what happens when we don't get a good number, then I'll have to think about that. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify the alternate position. How long are we going to maintain that? Like, in the commissions, we have, I think, 6 months or a year. So how long the alternate will stand before we re-ask for the applications again?
So with Mayor, may I respond?
Yes.
Staff's recommendation would be to keep the alternate on for the entire term as the primary is serving. Now, if we get to the point that the primary person resigns or is no longer in the seat for any reason, and the alternate doesn't want to serve, then we can look at the people that remained in the lottery, confirm that they still are interested. If there is sufficient people to conduct a lottery, we can use that pool, or at that time, we can determine that we're going to go back out. Typically, my experience is if it's more than half of the term, people will say, you know what, it's been 2.5 years since people applied. Let's go back out and do another recruitment. We have time, take a month, see who applies. But that can be a decision at that time based on who remains in the lottery, our survey if they're still interested in being on it, and how many individuals are in that group.
Can I ask a question of Councilmember Gonzalez? The Oversight Committee for the Santa Clara Unified School District bonds, are they compensated at all?
No, they're not compensated.
Okay.
And they serve up to 3 terms, 2 years each term. And I could tell you that it's not a lottery-based system. They're basically, somebody usually is corralled to serve. And so it's not, there's not alternates. It's sometimes those who are serving, there's sometimes lack of quorum at times, but it's not that. There's not a big push for them there's not a big push of people that want to do it, right? So there's more of a push from the district and our bond department to get people to serve. So it's difficult sometimes to have to find bond folks to serve because of the differences in, I mentioned a bona fide taxpayer, a seniors group, a parent group.
Categories.
Because of the categories, it's sometimes difficult to find people to serve. And if they don't have alternates either. So, it's one of those situations that, and the oversight of recently, the $1.2 billion of bonds, I mean, it's a lot more money than we're talking about, but still, it's an important service that they're providing.
Well, the fact that just preliminarily, I think it's only been out for like a week or so, right? We've gotten that number, that's pretty good so far. And if we make an effort to really advertise it, we can get a lot more as well. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
And so no additional guidance on numbers?
Yes or no, please?
No.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox?
Yes.
Mayor Gilman?
Yes, and that passes 6-1. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thanks, Liz. Thank you, city staff, for putting this report together. Craig, you get to go home now? Is that it? Thank you very much. All right. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Does anybody have a short report they'd like to give? All right.
Yes, Mayor.
Oh,
I
I'm
do.
sorry. Go ahead, please.
Yes, on April 29th, I attended the Line Worker Rodeo in Roseville. This is a competition for line workers all over the country. We had line workers from Florida and Texas and Louisiana, and the utility that won was SMUD. They won the overall competition. And the exercises were to replace insulators on poles. You get to see people climbing poles. There's replacing tie arms on the top of poles. There's actually even a dead man rescue. It was really fun to go watch, and it was local. So usually these are held rotating around the country, and I was really pleased that I got to see it in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Manager, Executive Director, no report. We do have 2 adjournments this evening. Did I get everything? I did, I think. Yes. Okay. All right. I would like to ask the City Council to please adjourn this meeting this evening, April 8th, 2025, in memory of Manuel Escobar. Manuel Mariano Fernando Escobar passed away peacefully on March 20th, 2025 in Santa Clara at the age of 88. Manuel and his wife Maria were married on May 28th, 1960, beginning a partnership that would last over 64 years. In 1965, Manuel and Maria moved to Santa Clara, where he held various positions throughout his career, including roles at Moore Business Forums, Westinghouse, and the Santa Clara School District. For over 6 decades, Manuel is an active and cherished member of the Santa Clara Portuguese community and was a founding member and active leader of the Santa Clara Portuguese Band, which celebrated its 50th anniversary in 2024. Manuel had a passion for sports, ardently supporting Sporting Portugal and the San Francisco 49ers. His enthusiasm for sports was only surpassed by his love for his family and the Portuguese community. Manuel's legacy of kindness, dedication, and community service will be fondly remembered by all who knew him. I'm going to ask Councilmember Hardy to read our next one, please.
Yes, I'd like the council to adjourn the meeting in memory of Lavelle Souza. Lavelle Marie Littell Souza passed away on March 18th of this year at age 81. She was born on September 14th, 1943 in Portland, Oregon. After graduating from Rincon High School in Tucson, Arizona, she entered the Good Shepherd Convent in Los Angeles, serving troubled and abandoned women. During her 10 years with the Good Shepherd Order, she received her Bachelor's of Arts degree and her Master's degree in social work. After leaving the convent, Lavelle met Eddie Souza, and they were married at Our Lady of Peace Catholic Church in Santa Clara. They had one son, Jerome, always known as Jerry Souza. Lavelle, along with her husband Eddie, were founding members of Parents Helping Parents in the late 1970s. Eddie was active in politics, having been elected to the city council in 1979 and then elected mayor in 1985 and reelected for a second term in 1990. Lavelle was always generous and caring in her volunteer work at Parents Helping Parents and in supporting families with individuals with special needs, something she completely understood on a personal level. Many people benefited from her compassion and generosity of heart, and she will be deeply missed.
May I please have a motion to adjourn in both of their memories?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Everyone get home safely.